The Honorable Speaker, Mr. Dukwane.
We shall now observe a moment of silence and meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you, honorable members, and our guests. Let me also acknowledge the following special guests: Morena Apollos Moloi, Morena Lefa Mopedi, Morena Napo Mopedi, Morena Sitseto Mohali, Morena Litie Mopedi, Morena Relitiri Sitwe Mopedi, Morena Sibedi Molefe, Speaker of Lejuel Peter District Municipality, and all others that I have not seen or given their names. You are all welcome. Before I proceed with the business of the day, a point of order was raised in our last meeting. In the sitting of this House on the 28th April 2026, when Honorable Mokoena was debating Vote 10 of the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport, Honorable Leach raised a point of order and said that he is calling us racist. As I quote, he's calling us racist, and specifically said that we regard any black person who is in government as being corrupt, close quote. She further indicated that he is misleading not only this House, but also the public present here today. The allegation is making are completely not true and unacceptable, close quote. I undertook to consider the matter and make a ruling later. First, the Speaker is empowered by Rule 89.2 or subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders to give his or her decision forthwith or subsequently on an objection raised to language or considered to be offensive or unbecoming in terms of Rule 89, subsection 1. Furthermore, notwithstanding that the Rules and Orders Committee will still has to develop directives and guidelines setting standard of behavior for honorable members in terms of Rule 89, subsection 3, presiding officers must still uphold the decorum of the House. I wish to remind members that debates in the House are often conducted along party lines. Strong language and sharp criticism are part of the democratic exchange of views. However, members must remain mindful that while they may criticize the policies, conduct, or historical positions of parties, they should avoid generalized imputations that may be construed as personal attacks on individual members. In this instance, I find that the remarks were made in the context of a party political debate and not directed at any single member personally. Therefore, I will not require Honorable Mokoena to withdraw his statement. Nonetheless, I caution all members to ensure that their contributions remain focused on issues and party positions rather than personal characterizations, to avoid language that could unnecessarily inflame tensions or mislead the public about the conduct of this House, to uphold the dignity of the legislature even in robust debate. The record will reflect this ruling. We proceed to motion on money bills. The acting secretary shall read motion 1.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill B3 of 2026 be continued. Vote 1, Office of the Premier.
The vote before the House. The vote before the House is vote 1, Office of the Premier. Honorable Premier Ms. Letsoa Matai may now address the House for 40 minutes.
Dumelang, Honorable Speaker of the Free State Legislature, Honorable members of the Legislature and the Executive Council, Executive Mayors, Speakers of Municipalities, Boetapele, Bantwarona Yamarena, Limakwisan, Kibokadi Khomo Marenaka, the Director General and heads of departments, chairpersons of public entities and CEOs, leaders of the African National Congress and the Alliance, leaders of faith-based and civil society organizations, leaders of business community, comrades, compatriots, and friends. Oreke halalise le the former premier ke halala mantom salala. We gather here today in Machabeng, a municipality that symbolizes both the historical depth and the immense development future potential of our beloved Free State. This is a place where the earth still holds treasures, from gold and national gas to the even more valuable resources. As part of our interventions, I announced in the State of Province address that 8 municipalities have been placed under Section 139 of the Constitution. These interventions are designed to restore stability, enforce sound financial management, and improve governance. Our responsibility as the provincial government is to increase municipal revenue, improve audit outcomes, and accelerate service delivery. As a result of the 25th March 2026, we convened an engagement with the Mayoral Committee of Machabeng, led by the Executive Mayor Councillor Tandutolo Kalipa. We're joined by the MEC for Corporate Governance, Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement, Finance, Economic Development and Tourism. This was not a ceremonial engagement, but a frank, diagnostic discussion focused on this municipality's financial recovery plan, to which all parties have committed. Let me be unequivocal. Adherence to the financial recovery plan is non-negotiable. Progress depends on continuous engagements and consultations. We cannot and will not regress. We want to reiterate that this intervention is not intended to stifle this municipality. Rather, it seeks to strengthen municipal capacity. The Executive Council representative in Machabeng are meant to provide guidance and expertise to build a responsive and functional municipality. As I table the Office of the Premier's budget vote today, I do so as the country concludes Freedom Month. We had the distinct honor of hosting the National Freedom Day celebration right here in the Free State in Bloemfontein. This year's Freedom Month theme, and I quote, "Freedom and the rule of law, 30 years of democratic citizenship," close quote, reflected on our 3 decades of democracy. Our Constitution is a solemn promise that human dignity shall be protected and all shall remain equal before the law. This reflection is crucial and urgent. Just last month, on the 27th of March, we hosted His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa together with members of Cabinet for a joint oversight visit in the Free State. That engagement was a reminder that when we plan together, align budgets, and coordinate implementation, we can transcend the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. President's visit was a call for action. It is in that spirit that I present this budget. Honourable Speaker, this budget vote is delivered under the theme of the 7th administration, and I quote, "The year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy," close quote. As we acknowledge in the state of the province, the state of our municipality is not encouraging. Poor financial management, weak governance, and inadequate basic service delivery have crippled our municipalities. This will not allow, never. Our people deserve better. This is the year of a decisive action to improve service delivery and accountability, root out corruption, and promote participatory democracy. The Freedom Charter adopted in June 1955 still lights our path. The principles of equality, justice, and shared prosperity remain our mandate. Free State must work for all, and Free State will work for all. Honourable Speaker, our pathway to prosperity demands that we work together to achieve more. The Office of the Premier will therefore drive the implementation of the following medium-term development plan priorities. Priority number 1, driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living, building a capable, ethical and developmental state. These strategic priorities represent the Office of the Premier's vision in leading the Free State province towards service excellence. Honourable Speaker, Programme 1 is responsible for efficient, transparent, unified and accountable government. This function includes upholding effective governance and ensuring sound resource management. We have concluded the filling of the critical post of Director General with the appointment of Dr. Mulifinyana Pera, a capable and hardworking leader who will steer the administration with strategic clarity and purpose. Our commitment to building a capable, ethical and developmental state requires that we place skilled and vetted professionals in key leadership positions. Since January 2026, we have strengthened the senior management cadre of the Office of the Premier through a series of strategic promotions and appointments. Over and above the appointment of the DG, we also appointed the Chief Director, Provincial Human Resource Development, the Chief Director, Communication Services, the Chief Director, Corporate Reform, the Director, Delivery Intervention, and the Director, Public and Community Liaison Center. In March 2023, we appointed the Director, Organizational Development, and the Director, Special Programs, and in April 2026, the Chief Director, Provincial Intervention, and the Director, Information Technology were also appointed. All these appointments are a deliberate and a decisive step to professionalize the public sector, entrench stability, and ensure that leadership is anchored by competence, experience, and integrity. We've also filled the vacant heads of department positions for the Department of Social Development, Agriculture, and Health. Processes are underway to fill the vacant post-HOD's position in the Department of Economic Development as well as Provincial Treasury. We are pleased that so far, security vetting of the Director General and 3 HODs and key personnel such as CFOs and supply chain management management officials has been concluded. Vetting processes for the remaining HODs and other officials is currently underway and will be finalized in this financial year. Through the Executive Council and respective clusters, Forum of Heads of Department and the Premier's Coordinating Forum, we continue to ensure coherence and collaboration by strengthening cooperative and intergovernmental relations coordination platforms. Honourable Speaker, in this financial year, we'll move decisively from planning to execution. We are determined to turn around our audit outcomes. After years of qualified opinions, we've set a clear target to achieve a clean audit. The audit action plan is being implemented with quarterly reports of corrective actions, and to strengthen financial discipline, we will reduce irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, maintain compliance in the appointment of service providers, ensure valid invoices are paid within 30 days, spend a minimum of 30% of procurement on women-owned businesses as a deliberate tool for economic empowerment. On the 9th April 2026, I led a team of MECs in a meeting with the Office of the Auditor General. That engagement focused on a diagnostic and corrective assessment of our departments and municipalities. Our goal is to ensure that every rand is accounted for and used for service delivery. We'll no longer tolerate contractors who take public funds, abandon projects, and simply relocate to other provinces to repeat the same pattern. Such unscrupulous contractors will be blacklisted. And it's a process. Our fight against corruption is non-negotiable. We'll implement the fraud prevention and anti-corruption strategy and strengthen the provincial anti-corruption working committee. In this quarter, Honourable Speaker, we'll conduct lifestyle audits in partnership with Special Investigating Unit. The Forum of Heads of Departments has agreed that the first phase of the lifestyle audits will begin with the HODs and CFOs, followed by DDGs and heads of supply chain components. This act of leading by example will help embed a culture of integrity, trust, and accountability. The risk and ethics management plan will be implemented with designated employees submitting their financial disclosures. All cases of maladministration will be investigated and accountability upheld. As a result, for the 2026-27 financial year, Program 1 administration has been allocated 96,808,000 rands to fulfill these critical responsibilities. And our Speaker, Program 2 is the backbone of an effective public service. It ensures our systems, processes, and people are equipped to deliver. Our focus is clear: a government that is agile, responsive, and future-ready. The Free State Training and Development Institute, FSTDI, remains an important instrument of skills development in the province. We are investing in accredited qualifications, mandatory training, and professional growth because a capable state begins with capable people. Through the FSTDI, we will provide 56 training opportunities to officials across national, provincial, and local government. We'll finalize the department HRD implementation plan and report on progress. We'll continue to build a representative public service, tracking the appointment of women in senior management positions, persons with disabilities, and youth. Currently, women constitute 57% of senior management and will increase the representation of persons with disabilities in the provincial government from 1.2% to the national target of 2%. In January 2026, we launched a project to roll out NQF Level 5 and Level 6 accredited qualifications. Facilitation is underway and will continue throughout 2026, with project completion scheduled for early 2027. Currently, 135 participants are enrolled across the province, one NQF Level 5 group in Mangaung and one in Karib, and for NQF Level 6, 2 groups in Mangaung and 1 group in Lejoliputswa. In partnership with the National School of Governance, the FSTDI is rolling out a comprehensive suite of compulsory courses to enhance the capacity and capability of our public service. This includes compulsory induction program, level 1 to 14, executive induction program, level 15 to 16, Career Action Learning Program, level 13 to 16, ethics in the public service, level 1 to 16, managing performance in the public service, level 6 to 12, supply chain management, level 9 to 16, financial management, delegations of authority, level 9 to 16, reorientation in the public service, level 1 to 16, basic and advanced project management, level 6 to 12. We are particularly pleased to announce that before the end of this financial year, every official employed in the Office of the Premier will be trained on ethics in the public service. Leading by example starts here. In line with the National Development Plan 2030, the FSTDI spearheaded the implementation of an NQ Level 7 qualification, equivalent to a university degree. In the 2025-26 financial year, 10 learners successfully completed this milestone program. In the 2026-27 financial year, we'll enroll 20 more officials. The FSTDA has secured funding for the Public Service Sector Education and Training Authority for Skills Program. Currently, 26 officials from various provincial government departments are enrolling this general manager qualification at NQF level 6. And this program will be completed before the end of 2026-27 financial year. The FSTDA has obtained accreditation for this general manager qualification and is now applying for accreditation for the occupational certificate in public service administrator at NQF level 5. We'll pilot this program with 20 additional officials enrolled in this coming year. We're assessing the competencies of our workforce. To date, 99 officials have completed assessment at a cost of 879,347 rands. A new service provider will further assess 166 officials at an estimated cost of 1,179,928 rands. This audit will ensure that we know where our strength lies and where we need to improve. We remain committed to nurturing young talent in the Free State. The total stipend for 17 interns over a 24-month period is 1,603,542 rands. In addition, 17 beneficiaries have been awarded bursaries to the value of 1,100,000 rand for skills development. I'm pleased to announce that we have placed several engineering graduates in a number of our municipalities. Yesterday, on the 29th of April 2026, we handed appointment letters to 59 engineering graduates. In addition, they also received tools of trade such as laptops and personal protective equipment. We also handed certificates of completion to 83 plumbing learners and commencement letters to 61 government officials for an 18-month NQF level 5 and 6 program, which is equivalent to National Higher Certificate and National Diploma in Public Administration. Honour Speaker, investing in education is investing in the future of the Free State. Through the Provincial Bursary Management Unit, we continue to open the doors of learning for young people to pursue their education aspirations. In the 2026-27 financial year, we'll maintain full-time bursaries for 248 students who are already on the program. This represents a commitment of 48,200,000 rand. We are not only maintaining, but also expanding our bursary program. We have allocated full-time bursaries to over 300 additional students for the coming academic year at a cost of 66 million rands. The total number of full-time bursary students supported by the provincial government 2026-27 will be 548 young people with a total investment value of 114,200,000 rands. Honourable Speaker, to date, 6,374 unemployed young people have benefited from skills development initiatives, artisan and workplace-based learning programs, and the resolution of their historical debt obligations. Through strategic partnership with CITAS, the National Skills Fund, and other skills development donors, this administration has secured a total of 350,689,617 rands to fund this intervention. In the first cohort of 2024 to 2026 of the flagship engineering graduates internship program, 17 engineering graduates were appointed across the 5 districts of the Free State. In the current cohort of 2026 to 28, this number has grown to 59 appointed graduates who are being trained for professional registration as engineers. As we do this, we want to ensure that our existing engineers in our infrastructure departments must lead by example by being professionally registered. Additionally, 50 work-integrated learning students will be recruited and placed across all 5 districts to address the needs of our municipalities. A total of 15 million rands has been committed to this municipal engineering graduate program, ensuring that our young engineers do not simply study infrastructure, they build it right here in the Free State. We'll continue to ensure organizational efficiencies, performance management, and knowledge management. In September this year, we will host the premiers Batupele Service Excellence Awards to honor our hardworking public servants who go beyond the call of duty. Honourable Speaker, On the 31st of March 2026, we gathered in Bloemfontein to honor our own public servants. On that day, I had the privilege of handing over certificates of long service to 187 public servants who have given 10 years, 20, 30, 40 years, and more of their lives to the people of the Free State. These women and men are the enduring center of our provincial administration. They are the institutional memory, the repository of experience and the steady hand that has ensured continuity across successful governments, each with its own priorities and ethos. The presence of Public Service Commissioner Professor Brian Naked, who extended the full support of the Public Service Commission, rightly noted that the certificates we handed out that day symbolized excellence, resilience, and loyalty to our constitutional value. That recognition ceremony was not a once-off event. It forms part of our broader effort to instill professionalism across the Free State public service. The seventh administration commits to investing in the well-being, growth and professional development of all public servants. Honourable Speaker, security and integrity management remains key in our efforts of building a capable, ethical and developmental state. Investing in the physical security needs of OR Tambo building is a strategic commitment to protecting government assets, personnel, sensitive information, and the members of public who visit this building as clients. The vacant post of Director, Security Integrity Management has been advertised. Filling the position is essential to address existing capacity gaps to ensure effective oversight and strengthen compliance with national security directives and internal control measures. Our communication unit continues to execute its mandate with dedication, delivering high-quality work across a range of critical functions. We are upholding government brand identity through both internal and external communication, professionally designed corporate publications, clear and consistent messaging across the provincial government. We will implement a media monitoring tool which will enable real-time tracking of news and social media coverage across the province. The creation of a provincial government digital content hub will serve as a one-stop repository for all government communication materials, including press releases, videos, infographics, and campaign assets. The Office of the Premier will lead the revival of a provincial digital publication. It will feature government programs, service delivery updates, and citizen stories. We'll also lead the facilitation of a transversal audiovisual panel to enable departments to access professional videography services. No government can deliver effectively without a secure and smart digital strength. That is why we are placing information and communication technology at the center of our administrative renewal. We'll strengthen ICT governance, coordination, and standardization. This means clear rules and a uniform system to manage technology from the smallest rural office to the largest departments in Bloemfontein. We are investing in modern infrastructure, expanding broadband connectivity, and rolling out e-government platforms in the province. We are improving collaboration with ICT partners and service providers to benefit from their technical expertise. Two practical measures we are spearheading include the implementation of e-pay slips for all government departments. At the same time, we'll finalize the provincial broadband strategy, an important pillar of the Free State growth and development strategy. We'll host an ICT summit during the second quarter of this financial year to share innovations and knowledge. This summit is continuation of the previous 4IR summit. For this vital work, Program 2, Institutional Development, has been allocated 306,090,000 rands for the 2026-27. Honourable Speaker, our growth and development is dependent on the implementation of government policy priorities. And in a complex and resource-constrained environment, integrated planning is not a luxury, but a necessity. And this work is underpinned by good governance as a hallmark of democracy. In this regard, we need to applaud the adoption of FSGDS and the Free State Special Development Framework as a major progress for this administration. After many, many years, re-adoptile strategy Sarona finally as the seventh administration. There's a role of Program 3 responsible for planning, research, alignment, integration, and coordination of the activities of the three spheres of government to realize our developmental priority. Through our intergovernmental relations and protocol function, we made significant strides in strengthening cooperative governance across the three spheres. We convened the Premier's Coordinating Forum to address cross-cutting priorities, service delivery coordination, economic recovery, and matters of traditional leaders. We also supported district IGR forums to improve coordination between provincial departments and municipalities. Our technical IGR structures played a critical role in monitoring the implementation of decisions, ensuring that challenges are escalated and resolved. Our strategic initiative we continue to support include the social compact program, cabinet meeting, investment conference engagement, and the Men's Indaba engagement. We'll also coordinate high-level engagements, including hosting the interprovincial forum meeting chaired by the Free State. We'll also prioritize structured engagement that includes Mekloga and House of Traditional Leaders and Kwesam. We'll continue to provide professional and efficient protocol services to Executive Council programs led by the Premier and the MEC. Honour Speaker, our future is tied to the world, and the International Relations Unit has worked tirelessly to strengthen all friendships and forge new ones. In the past financial year, we hosted G20 Cultural Diplomacy Roadshow in the Free State. This spectacle showcased South Africa's rich and diverse heritage, strengthening international cultural cooperation, and promoted the G20 vision of inclusivity and collaboration. We also coordinated outgoing missions to strategic partners as Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Republic of Congo. We received high-level diplomatic visits, including from the Ambassador Extraordinary of the People's Republic of China and the Ambassador of the Republic of Cuba. These engagements highlight our commitment to the bilateral collaboration, development, and people-to-people exchanges. In this financial year, we'll strengthen our skills development through the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program by sending officials for short courses to develop and advance their technical skills, directly supporting our national priority of building a capable state. Cultural exchange programs will also be prioritized. Already we are deepening relations with Jiangsu province in the People's Republic of China, focusing on joint education program, shared artistic platform, youth engagement, and deeper institutional cooperation. Honour Speaker, we are a province that cares for youth, women, persons with disability, and older persons. Young people, despite their qualification skill, remain the highest cohort of unemployed. And to advance the interests of Office of the Premier, the Office of the Premier will engage structures of young people in Africa under the auspices of African Youth Charter, World Federation of Democratic Youth, and other international countries to solicit bilateral relations for opportunities that will benefit young people. Our youth international relations engagements will be anchored on economic growth, opportunities, and capacity development imperatives. Youth will also be assisted with university registrations, and also to popularize second chance program and encourage young people to be enrolled in this program. We'll launch a Right to Learn campaign in institutions of higher learning with NSFAS and FSTDI. We pursue our priorities of driving inclusive growth and job creation. We'll receive quarterly reports from Department of Economic Development and Tourism on economic opportunities for vulnerable groups attained through government spending. The Office of the Premier will ensure that government spending benefits the vulnerable groups. On the 23rd of June 2026, working together with other departments and social partners, we'll celebrate International Widows' Day, which is a special day established by United Nations. To demonstrate the seriousness of the issue of GBV, our communities are faced with unprecedented challenges of GBV. Daily, women are victimized to the point of death by men and those intimate. But to demonstrate this seriousness, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa classified GBVF as a national disaster. And as a province, we have been talking to men and communities to assist fight this pandemic. We have launched Provincial Men's Indaba in Bloemfontein in December 2025 under the theme Not in My Name, which was attended by more than 5,000 men and addressed by President Ramaphosa. This was also followed by district Men's Indaba. So far, we have convened Men's Indaba in Lijole Putswa, Thabo Mfutsanyana, Fezile Dabi, and Mangaung will conclude Karib and Mangaung engagement in this financial year. Let me take this opportunity, this moment, to briefly educate members in this House about the role of the Premier in the fight against GBVF. The strategic plan of GBVF states that the National Council of GBVF will be replicated at a provincial level, championed by the Premier, and at a district and local level, overseen by the mayors. In simple terms, this means the Premier is the custodian of the strategic plan on GBVF in the province. The white paper on the rights of the persons with disabilities, a commitment to our government to build a society where people with disabilities are treated with dignity and equality and respect. To ensure that the voice of persons with disabilities in the workplace is heard, in 2025 we convened a provincial summit for employees with disabilities to discuss the working conditions and support for persons with disabilities. The summit was followed by district dialogues, and this financial year will conclude all district dialogues. The protection of rights of older persons is essential in building a fair and compassionate society. The Older Persons Amendment Act of 2025 amends the 2006 Older Persons Act to address challenges such as abuse, ageism, fragmented services, and coordinated care. Adoption of the Amendment Act will be a significant step in safeguarding the rights and dignity of older persons. We will work with communities to create environment where they feel secured. We are now implementing the provincial government implementation strategy on military veterans. We are pleased that we have provided 30 houses for military veterans and more will be provided. Military veterans are also being exposed to various economic opportunities available. Honourable Speaker, we will promote and implement the now approved FSGDS 2050 and the Provincial Special Development Framework through purposeful institutionalization, implementation, support, and disciplined oversight. From this strategic policy documents, we will develop the Free State Catalytic Project Book, showcasing potential and bankable investment opportunities to foster inclusive economic growth and development. Will continue to provide strategic coordination, alignment, support, and implementation oversight in relation to catalytic initiatives. This includes working across departments, spheres of government, public entities, development, finance institutions, and strategic partners to improve coherence and block constraints, strengthen project preparations. Provincial priorities will be infused into the strategic plans, annual performance plans, IDPs, one plans, and intergovernmental processes. We will continue to play a critical role in coordination and support role in relation to we'll continue to play a critical coordination and support role in relation to provincial catalytic projects with various strategic partners. Projects that include the Lake Harib Development, Renewable Energy Initiative, and Val River Development will continue to be prioritized. Implementation of the district development model will continue to support a more integrated planning. Therefore, Program 3 Policy and Planning has been allocated 72,804,000 rands. Honourable Speaker, our monitoring and evaluation function is a compass that keeps government on course. Without measurement, we cannot achieve. Without evidence, we cannot improve. Implementation of the provincial institutional capability monitoring tool will allow us to measure the capability of every provincial department across 4 critical dimensions: strategic planning, implementation and monitoring, anti-corruption and pro-ethics, human resource management, and financial management. We completed a 3-year trend analysis covering the period of 2021, 22, 23, 24, based on 68 indicators across all the departments. We are strengthening accountability for every promise made in the House through the compilation of the SOPA and Budgets Injunctions report. We will coordinate department to submit quarterly reports in effort to facilitate effective performance monitoring and implementation. We'll also do sample-based verification to reflect actual performance. Infrastructure commitments from previous years that remain unfinished, whether due to multi-year, timeless, or other challenges will be tracked in a separate, incomplete, and continuous project monitoring framework. These projects will be monitored until completion. In this regard, letters have been written to all municipalities and departments to report corrective measures in relation to incomplete projects. We have established a provincial citizen-based monitoring forum for mutual learning, networking, and knowledge exchange on how citizens actually experience service delivery. The forum provides an overall picture of service delivery from the user's perspective. In collaboration with the Department of Planning, Monitoring, Evaluation in the Presidency, we have developed an annual frontline service delivery monitoring plan for 2026-27 to guide our visit to frontline facilities. We will produce biannual reports and annual report on our findings that will be shared with each sector visited. And our Speaker, our provincial intervention unit will continue to be the direct link between government and communities, taking government services directly to the people, especially those in rural and underserved areas. Through the integrated service outreach program, will be a single people-centered point of access for essential services from grant application, health screening, skills registration to business support. Using this integrated outreach program, a total of 42,673 citizens were assisted during 2025-26 financial year, significantly improving access to the people. We are proud that this service delivery approach has received a national recognition. On the 19th February 2026, during his reply, His Excellency the President Cyril Ramaphosa commended the Free State for pioneering this integrated service approach. Building on this momentum, we have scheduled a comprehensive rollout of integrated services across the province 2026-27. Most notably, the Free State Presidential Hotline is currently performing at 99.78% call resolution rate, reflecting a high level of efficiency and responsiveness in addressing citizens' concern. The Executive Council has decided that the program of CDWs in the next financial year be transferred to Provincial Department of Corporate Service. I'm pleased to announce that in May 2026, the Office of the Premier will partner with the Independent Electoral Commission on a special voter education awareness workshop. And out of that workshop, the CDWs will be empowered to roll out the voter education registration. For this critical oversight and intervention work, Program 4 Monetary Evaluation has been allocated 182 million for 2027, for 2026-27 year. Honourable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to welcome the appointment of Lieutenant General Thabang Lesia as a Free State Commissioner of SAFs. With over 3 decades in policing, Ntate Thabang Lesia is a Free Stater who understands the dynamics and needs of our community. Joele re nka motlotla monyetlona re mo lebohisa hore mohlomong kwa bobedi ha eso ba gago ebe ho nkua hona hae mona hore o kgethe provincial commissioner ya maponesa a tswa ha bo rona mona. He brings the kind of leadership, stability, and institutional knowledge required to strengthen crime prevention. We look forward to working with the new commissioner to intensify efforts against crime, including GBVF. Let me also congratulate Dr. Mwekezi Mosola on his strategic appointment as the CEO of the Maluti Apofung SEZ. We look forward to his contribution to assist in reigniting inclusive growth in the province. Make it hore Ntate Mosola ha kgethelwa fela Maluti a Phofumo ke e mong wa batho ba hilang a re ha ke etsa puo mane ka tshepisa setjhaba sa Freistata hore re tla kgetha batho ba ileng hore ba tla ba re thusa hore ba tlela batho ba tla ba tsetela ka hara province ya rona hore re kgone ho lokisa moruo wa naha wa rona ro nyolle me re tshepa hore lesole lena le kgethuweng ke Ntate Makume mane ke le la masole a tlo etsang hore Freistata ena ike e change ha re tla o tsena tsa economy re be le mesebetsi ha tlo sebeletsa fela SEZ empa o tlo tsamaya le rona hohle a re batlela batho ba ka tsetelang ka hara province na Freistata hore moruo wa rona o kgone ho hola re kgone ho etsa le mesebetsi. Sorry. And our Speaker, this budget calls for a unity of purpose. determination, and action in all things we do. And excellence will therefore be reflected in our actions and not words, as we continue to offer hope for a better future for our people. As this province of the Free State, re ikemiseditse haholo jwalo ka motho a etelletseng province ena pele hore tshwanela re sebetse ka thata jwalo ka se re qadile maobane re fa batjha ba rona menyetla e tlo ba hodisang hore ba se ke ba sheba fela mmuso ho ba etsetsa mesebetsi. Mme ke batla hore ke lebohe haholo boetapele ba hao Dr. Phera ka mo o ileng a supporta ka teng ha ne re shebane le taba tsena tsa batjha. Mme ke tshepa hore ntse tlo dula go supporta re sebetsa le team ena executive hore re bone hore le mona mo bankileng early retirement ba tsamaileng Dr. Phera re bulela menyetla eo ya diposo ho batjha ba rona. And I'm grateful and honored to work with a team of passionate and committed MECs and members of this House. I truly appreciate your support. My wholehearted gratitude also goes to the team of Office of the Premier. Kana ko tsena taure o tla boka ya moholo fela empa o ro fihle ho diji hona le ba o supportileng ho tloa fatshe ho tloa ya fielang office ya hao ho fihlela yo mo romang a tsamaisa dipa. Mme ke batla hore bohle ba sebeletsa mmuso ona wa Freistata ka kantorong ena ya mo premier ke batla ho le tholetsa ka mosebetsi o le entseng re mona bo re leng teng DG mona ma leng teng senior managers di mona bo le teng ho bane le teng ska ba la inyatsa ho ya ka di role tsa lona. And I therefore, Speaker, table the Office of the Premier's budget for 2026-27. Empa ke batla hore ho tsohle tse bang re di beya tsatsing lena re tshepisa setjhaba sa Freistata hore re tlo di phethisa mme ha re no tswa tseleng jwalo ka re di beile tjena re tlo etsa bonnete ba hore office ena e ya batho ba ka nna ba e bitsa Speaker hore ke tsela ya di campaign empa office ena ya coordinator ha ra kgethola ho dula ka hara di office re kgethetse ho tla setjhabeng le tla kopana le rona re ntse re tsekela pele ka hara metse ya rona. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. Can I, this is an urgent message. Utatu Polani Tom, ulahlekelwe into important, magasonde lepa kwi protocol services, ukuze ke afumane into zakhe azilahlileyo, aze nge-identity document yakhe. Polani Tom. We proceed to the debates on the Honorable Premier's presentation of the budget vote of this office. I shall now call upon the MEC, Ndadema Kume, to commence the debates for 14 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Ndatem Kolisi Dukwana, Honorable Premier, Mema Queen Lizwa Matai, the Deputy Speaker, Me Nolita Ndugani in her absentia, members of the Executive Council, the Chair of Chairs, traditional leaders, Marina Aka, Tiengmona, members of the Free State Legislature, executive mayors and councillors, Director General of the province, the heads of departments, the CEOs and provincial public entities who are present here, the chairpersons of the respective provincial boards, distinguished guests, members of the media house, the people of the Free State, but very ratang haholo ka msebetsi e tswang ke mo premier wa rona dumelang. Honorable Speaker, my sincere gratitude for the opportunity granted to speak on the budget vote speech of the Office of the Premier. Honorable Premier, we want to congratulate you on your speech, which clearly outlines the noble intentions of the province, not somewhere else, the Free State province. We applaud you for your proactiveness in engaging the mayoral committee of Machabeng on the key issues of financial recovery plan, which are also aimed at ensuring that the change of how people are doing or are receiving services becomes a reality. Your frankness and firmness in dealing with this matter is clearly demonstrated by your commitment that adherence and implementation of the financial recovery plan is non-negotiable. That is a strong leadership in action. We applaud you for that stance. Honorable Speaker, we fully agree with the Honorable Premier that this year is the year of the decisive action, the year that is emphasized or that emphasizes our resolve as the Executive Council of the Free State Province to improve service delivery and accountability, to root out corruption and promote participatory democracy. We will stay true to the theme of the 7th administration, which is about fixing local government and transforming the economy. Honorable Speaker, the Premier in a budget speech was very much clear about the pathway towards achieving the 7th administration theme. This will be done through the implementation of the 2024-2029 medium-term development plan's key strategic priorities, namely, priority number 1, the driving of inclusive growth and job creation, the reducing of poverty and tackling the high cost of living, and building a capable and ethical developmental state. We must also applaud the Office of the Premier for completing the provincial plan, namely the Free State Growth Development Plan, that will guide the province towards the attainment of these strategic priorities. We stand ready, Honorable Premier, to work with all the stakeholders, including the private sector, and led by your office to work with clear determination in fixing the local government and growing the provincial economy that delivers sustainable work opportunities and economic opportunities. Honorable Speaker, let me turn to the budget of the Office of the Premier, just to provide some clarity in this regard. The Office of the Premier is allocated 658 million in 2026-2027 financial year. It is important to appreciate that the mandate of the Premier extends beyond its oversight responsibility. I want to emphasize this one. It is important to appreciate that the mandate of the Premier extends beyond its oversight responsibility. While coordination, monitoring, and strategic leadership remain core functions, the office is equally entrusted with advancing service delivery to our communities. There are 2 key service delivery mandates, amongst others, supported by this budget, namely community development workers. You can't play an oversight. It's a delivery service program. Number 2 is the provincial bursary program, which ensure that every learner in the Free State has access to education. The Community Development Workers Program is a very key in assisting the provincial government on matters relating to the service delivery. These are ears and eyes at what level? They assist in detecting early warning signs that may affect communities. The work of the CDWs assist in improving access to government services, especially for the poor, previously disadvantaged communities. This program is allocated 108 million in 2026-2027 financial year, and we are pleased to announce that the Executive Council has taken a decision to move the program to COGTA with effect from the 1st of April 2027. The provincial bursary program, which is key in building necessary skills for the province through allocation of bursaries to deserving students, has a budget of 115 million. Honorable Speaker, this province has proven itself in terms of producing outstanding matriculant results. We have been leading by examples over the years. It is therefore makes sense that we make provision for our students, especially those that come from struggling families. You cannot have a situation wherein learners do their utmost best to pass matric and they are then financially excluded from accessing tertiary education. Thank you, Premier, and this is your flagship program and will remain as such. Honorable Speaker, these 2 key services delivery programs account for 223 million or 34% of the total budget allocated to the Office of the Premier. Therefore, The notion that Office of the Premier is allocated more budget, it is not true. Honorable Premier, your understanding work in the fight against gender-based violence is commended. The appointment of a male MEC to lead campaign with a theme, "Not in Our Name," was a strategic paradigm shift, which was not only intended on changing the mindset that the fight against GBV is a sole responsibility of women, but it was also to ensure that men take a full active participation in the fight against GBV. So far, you have visited 4 districts, preaching to men and young men on the need to take a practical action to end the GBV and homicide. And all men in all those gatherings, they have accepted your leadership. The fight against homelessness has also taken a very aggressive but yet a progressive approach by ensuring that under your administration, Free State citizens get to be humanly settled, beke. That is what we call a tangible service delivery. Even on Christmas, people were getting houses under your administration. We also applaud your interventions in the departments, namely amongst others, the health department, to ensure that people have access to the clinic. Your visit to hospitals and clinics and actually talking to nurses and public servants makes a very serious impact. Your intervention in the education has also ensured that education become fashionable. Your education in the public works and infrastructure has actually turned around things, and we are trying and leading to ensure that Free State become a construction site. Your interventions, which seeks to enhance service delivery, speaks volume and reflect the head of administration who is intentional about changing the lives of the people of the Free State province. Honorable Premier, one of the most important attributes of a leader is their ability to admit their mistake. And Amilcar Cabral will have said to you today, at these frank and honest observations you have made about the state of our municipalities, I quote, "Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies when they are told. Mask no difficulties and mistakes. Failures and claim no easy victory." Close quote. You openly admitted the challenges that are faced by our municipalities. You openly admitted that the state of our municipalities is not encouraging. Poor financial management, weak governance, and inadequate basic service delivery have crippled our municipalities. This is what you said, honestly appreciating that there are challenges. But Honorable Premier, you did not only end there, but you intentionally give us your vision about what needs to be done, and that end you said, and to that end you said, this should not be allowed to continue. And our people need to be given better services and improved services because our people deserve better. Thank you for those words. You have also actioned some of the interventions which I think it is important to share with this August House today. You have demonstrated through your active participation that indeed working together bear fruits for improvement. The work and structural relationship you have established between your office, COCTA, and Provincial Treasury is already being felt by improved outcomes in some of the municipalities, not all municipalities. This is also a cost-effective exercise which always ensures that municipalities are not sitting on their laurels anymore, as if it is business as usual not to serve our people. Our people deserve better, as you have said. You have also improved the organizational structure referred to as the Premiums Coordinating Forum. The Premium Coordinating Forum is now a platform of accountability and support. Those who think that this PSF is a talk show and a waste of time, think twice and look at some of the improvements that some of the municipalities are engaged in. And these include the stability in various municipalities which were marred by disruptions in the past, the appointment of senior managers in the most of municipalities, submission of annual financial statements on time, and interventions in some of the municipalities. These are just but the few that we have done. You have also improved the structural relationship between us and many of the institutions that have a direct and indirect interest in the municipalities, such as AGSA, the SALGA, the Public Protector, the IEC, the NGOs, and other stakeholders. These interventions are not about campaigning, as others will come and do today, but it's an act of responsibility and humility to change the lives of the people of the Free State in the main. Your heart is felt here in Free State through your calculated interventions and actions. It is unfortunate that some on my left will not feel your giant step, because there's a song by the OJs which says, your body is here with me, but the mind is on the other side of the town. I want to warn the opposition that I know that your bodies are here with us, but your minds are in the Western Cape. They have tried to destroy you with lies. Unfortunately for them, your work speaks volume for you. You have the province of the Free State on the map. They have Western Cape in their map. That is your flag higher. Please fly it higher. Honorable Speaker, we support the budget vote speech of the Office of the Premier. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mkavela.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kidumedise ntlo marena baiteredi bohle ba ditumelo tse fapaneng. Mopremiri wa rona wa mehleng me Mantombela, Ntatelesia, ra o amohela lwena. Baiti bohle ba hlomphehileng le baahi bohle ba matjhabeng le maloko ohle a African Congress for Transformation. Re re madume baetapele ba ka. The Office of the Premier asked us to believe what we are entering, that is the year of a decisive action. Yet the speech itself tells a different story. One, not a decisive government, but a delayed responses of a long-standing failure. If a decisive action is only happening now, what has happened to administration? What has the administration been doing? That's where the consequence management is coming, Premier. This is not decisive action. This is a selective counting. The address speaks confidently of capable, ethical, and developmental state, yet it simultaneously acknowledges the weak governance system, an institution that is unstable, and poor financial management. Moporimir ra leboa ka nnete. Ha ile mona o tshepisa hore selemong sena re tla etsa hore dintho di phethahale le setjhaba sa borona se thabe. Premier ba ka o bitsa ka mabitso ba re o ya hodimo de tlase o fa batho dijale. Empa rona re tla o supporta ha fela o etsa se tshwanetseng le se lokelang le se nepahetseng for province ena ya rona Free State e re boulellang ha kana kana. Re lebohe hape mopremiri wa rona ka di bursary le di tools of trade tseo di fileng di student. Premier ha se mohlolo ha o kenya monyabuketsong wa di premier tse sebeditseng tse yentseng tse bontshitseng le hore Free State e ka tswela pele o botswellisa tse ding tsa dintho tse neng di etsa ke mosebetsi o motle seo. E re le nna ke kene pineng ya Bob Marley kere hypocrites and parasites will eat and drink with you, and behind o tla qetella. Mopremiri ke re ho wena ha re beng di politic differences aside, re bone hore province ya rona Free State e tswella pele mme re phamise mme re tswelle pele ka yona. Re tlwelle mahlapa a makana-kana, re tlwelle o shebela morao ko re tswang teng, re re di primary tse fitileng di sentse. Ha re lokiseng re bone hore maemo a province ya rona e ba maemo a chabileng. E re go lothe premier ke re ho wena ke usie ka mantswe ana ke re what is your legacy? Ke a leboha.
Honourable Member Kwabani.
Motsamaisi wa dipuisano ke se hlompho ho marena ohle a kwano mopremieri ke dumedise ditho tsa ntlo ke tsa melao baetapele bohle ba bo masepala ke se hlompho e kgolo ho mme Mantombela ke dumedise basebetsi ba mmuso le setjhaba ka kakaretso. Honourable Speaker, this budget represents a credible and visionary leadership of government. It is a budget anchored on purpose, vision, strategy, and leadership. The Office of the Premier has a responsibility to establish seamless systems that coordinate and steer government operations in the province within the parameters set by the Constitution of the country. In so doing, the Office of the Premier have set to achieve 3 priorities: driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living. According to Professor Chilizi Marwala, a developmental state is a state where government is intimately involved in the macro and microeconomic planning in order to grow economy. It has generally been observed that successful developmental states are able to advance their economies much faster than regulatory states that use regulations to manage the economy. The example that we can set is the USA took 50 years to double its economy, but it only took China 10 years to do so. And also to cite an example, in the first quarter of this year, the economic growth of China was at 5%, and that of the USA was at 2.8%. A true developmental state tries to balance economic growth and social development. It uses state resources and state influence to attack poverty and expand economic opportunities. For all intents and purposes, the state of development of a nation or society hinges on its political purpose and institutional structures, which is what the Office of the Premier set to achieve. In our conceptualization of a developmental state fit for purpose in our country, we identified 4 important attributes that must define such a state. The first attribute being the strategic orientation, which is an approach premised on people-centered and people-driven change, and restructuring of the economy and socio-economic inclusion. This is being achieved through strengthening accountability for all injunctions made by the government. We have to applaud the Premier for ensuring that departments have to provide quarterly progress reports on their plans. The second attribute is the capacity to lead in the definition of a common national agenda. It should have all effective system of interaction with all social partners. In so doing, the Office of the Premier established IGR structures and other structures that enable different spheres of government to interact and develop a common program. It is through such structures that coordination of district plans are being achieved and monitored. Important to this attribute is what the Premier is doing in turning around things in different municipalities. The third attribute, the state's organizational capacity. That's ensuring that its structures and systems facilitate realization of set agenda. The established IGR structures brings into action the coordination of government systems. It is through such systems that resources are mobilized to deal with challenges. The fourth attribute, the state's technical capacity, the ability to translate broad objectives into programs and projects and ensure implementation that depend on proper training, orientation and leadership of the public service. Importantly, it requires that we acquire and retain skilled personnel The Office of the Premier has entered into a rigorous program of skilling government officials to be able to acquire necessary technical capacity to be able to implement government programs. Honorable Speaker, we have to applaud the provincial government led by the Premier for investing in accredited qualifications to ensure quality professional growth. That investment shall ensure the state of professionals whose qualifications are not suspect coming from bogus institutions. Honorable Speaker, according to Tabam Mutsuhi, in his book Fit for Purpose, he describes successful leadership as those that distinguish themselves from others by imagining a different future from the current reality and formulate a strategic vision and plans to achieve it and sustain it. This is one understand when one listens to the speech of the Premier. You cannot imagine the future without thinking about the young people. This thinking was echoed by Oliver Tambo when he said that the nation that does not care for its youth has no future and does not deserve one. To this end, the Office of the Premier continue to dedicate funds to bursaries for students at different institutions of higher learning. To show commitment to this vision, the Premier will be increasing the number of students who are awarded these bursaries. For the country and the province in particular to develop its economy, we need skilled human resources. And for us to sustain those skills, we have to impart such skills in our youth. This puts us at a position where we can be able to compete with other nations. Honorable Speaker, majority of the public servants are enrolled in accredited qualifications supervised by the Free State Training and Development Institute. And those in majority are young people. This is an important investment in building a capable developmental state. It is encouraging that the Premier intends to expand such training to all organs of people's power, like the CDWs. Thuto le kwetliso di sebeditse dinaha kaofela tseo e leng puso ya ntshetsopele. Sena se tlisa phephetso e kgolo ho mmuso ho tsetela haholo dithutong. Re ipiletsa ke hona ho setjhaba ho sebetsa le mmuso wa province ho sireletsa thepa ya setjhaba hore e tswele meloko yohle melemo. Sena se thusa ka hore tjhelete e kgone ho sebediswa molemong wa ho fetola maphelo a batho le ho etsa bonnete ba hore seo mopremiri a se tshepisang se a phethahala. Ka hona motsamaisa dipuisano ke tshehetsa ditekanyetso tsena tsa lefapha. Ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honorable Ndafoko. Ndafoko.
Mtsamaisi wa dipuisano bahlomphehi bohle ba kwano ke dumedise marena teng ka re sebaka di leader tsohle ho tswa mekgahlong e fapaneng baetapele bohle ba teng ba di political parties tse fapaneng. Ke dumedise baetapele ba ka ba mokgahlo wa MK Party ka re sebaka ka ditulo ka ho fapana ha bona. Ke a le dumedisa. Premier, we are standing here before this gathering ya batho ba Freystad ho tlo theoletsa tsohle tse etsahalang le tse sa etsahaleng ka re Freystad. Tsena tsohle kaofela tse etsahalang ka re Freystad ha di etsahale fela, di etsahala ka purpose, ka lebaka. Lebaka la pele ke la hore budget ena ke yona e etsang hore re be mona re qabane ka sheko hoba ho ntshwa budget ye itseng e ya mafapeng a itseng ha e fitla moo e a nyamela ke ka hore la re rona re le mokgatlo wa MK Party ra kopana le letona ra re letona mafapa a hao mekotlana ya dutla kwala mikoti eo hoba tšhelete a ikena ka mono e a tswa be re sa tsebile kae ke tlhokomediso e re yentseng rona re le mokgatlo wa MK Party hore ha re etse bonnete ba hore ditekatekanyetso tsena tsa tšhelete ha di tswa di ya ho batho ba beleng hore ke ba bohlokwa haholo e leng ba Freistata hoba kaofela ha o ka sheba matuneng ho ya ho rona ba hlomphehi re fumana tšhelete ya rona kgwedi le kgwedi ya pay hobaneng ha re utswa tšhelete ya setjhaba ha se bona kaofela premier o eme mona a bua ka ntho ya hore selemo sena ke selemo sa hore corruption bobodu ka Sesotho ha bo kwalwe batho ba etsang bobodu le ba entseng bobodu ha ba entlwana tshwana jwale ke yona ntho e a e buileng a re batla ho ruta ntho ena corruption must end and must end now hobane ke utlwisisa ntho ya hore ha o nka over you take over they hand over to you you take over ha o nka over o nka dintho tsohle premier tse setseng morao le dibetseo tsa teng o nka le dibetseo tsa teng kaofela jwale rona re shebile wena rona re tlo dula re complaina ho wena ka mehla le matsatsi hoba re bohanyetsi ke mosebetsi wa teng wa ho hanyetse dintho tse leng ha di a loka tse tswang setjhabeng e ka ba se hloho e etsa ntho eo e re ke hatelle dibuing tse fetileng hana jwang morena Jesu ha dutse le bahlanka ba hae tafoleng kaofela bana ba sa dumallane kaofela bana ntse ba khohlana ka tlasa tafole ba re a moketola ene ho la fella ho entswe jwang e la qetelletse etsahetse ke ntho e etsahalang dipolotiking tsa rona jwale rona re batla ho lokisa fela moo hore ha re etseng dintho tse lokileng re di etsetse setjhaba sena sa rona e le setjhaba sa Freistata ka bophara ka o jwalo ke a leboha motsamaisi wa dipuisano ke a leboha
Honorable Member Fogo, thank you. Honorable Members Gwebela, for a moment I thought that you are representing EFF. The way you addressed, I was like, okay, this is a Chinese one. Now I was just looking at and see they are not here and he's here.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive and members of the Legislature, Traditional House of Traditional Leaders on the Coin the Sun, mayors, speakers, chief whips, DG and DDGs and HODs. Good morning. We rise this morning on an eve of the May Day, a historic moment in the calendar of the working class across the world. May Day, commonly known as the Workers' Day, is not just a date or a day. It is a symbol of struggle, sacrifice, and solidarity. It reminds us of the long and difficult journey of workers who fought for dignity, fair wages, humane working conditions. In reflecting on this moment, we recall the revolutionary contribution of Mao Zedong under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, who mobilized millions of workers and the peasants in the struggle to transform the society. Their emphasis on the central role of workers and rural communities in development reshaped not only China but influenced liberation movements across the global south. The lesson we draw from the histories is clear. No society can develop without placing the workers and the poor at the center of its development agenda. Therefore, this budget by the Office of the Premier places the workers and the poor on top of the agenda, while it reflects our commitment as the ANC of building a capable developmental state that responds to the needs of our people. This budget is aligned with the National Development Plan, which sets out our long-term vision of eliminating poverty and reducing inequalities. It recognizes that sustainable development requires inclusive growth, economic growth, capable institutions, and safer communities. Honorable Speaker, I reiterate that the National Development Plan calls for a society where all people feel safe and secure. This department of the Office of the Premier, working with the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport, advances that vision by strengthening the crime prevention and community safety initiative across the Free State Province. The two departments had ensured that there is an adoption of the National Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy by the Cabinet of the Free State, which marks a significant shift towards a proactive and integrated approach to safety. It recognizes that crime is not only a policing issue, but a social and economic challenge that requires coordination across all sectors of government and society. Honorable members, this budget also aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly goal number 16, which promotes peace, justice, and strong institutions. It is important that another aspect where the budget focuses on the National Development Plan is the focus on the skills development and education. I think the Honorable Premier has went to town with the numbers of the young people that have been enrolled into developmental initiatives such as artisan and work integrated learning. The 17 artisans that will be placed in the engineering program of interns, the officials, the 300 additionals. I think Honorable Makume has dealt with the issue of saying that the Office of the Premier has more budget than that of the legislature, particularly on the two aspects, which is the CDW and the budget. But what we must emphasize and educate the members of the education is that the Premier has a prerogative to assign certain responsibility and take responsibility on members of the Executive Council. And that does not necessitate to say that a function move or a function shift. It changes the original budget. But what it does is to say that the Premier has the power to say that I can take arts and culture and bring it into my office and intervene and monitor it. But the original budget of the Office of the Premier will remain the same because that function can then move back. The understanding should be placed as such. This budget supports the implementation as well of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. This includes strengthening and promoting the prevention programs at the community level. Honorable Speaker, a capable state requires ethical and accountable leadership. And this is what we see as the ANC that the department is doing. The importance of the security vetting and the lifestyle audits for DG, DDGs, heads of department, and other senior officials cannot be overstated. As an emphasis by the President, which is President Cyril Ramaphosa, we must ensure that those entrusted with public resources uphold the highest standard of integrity. As the ANC, we support the initiative, Honorable Premier, of security vetting and lifestyle audit to its latter conclusion, because security vetting helps to safeguard the state against risk, while lifestyle audits promotes transparency and accountability. Together, these measures strengthen public confidence and ensure that resources are used for intended purposes. Honorable members, as the ANC, We believe in the full implementation of the DDM model because it can accelerate service delivery and improve accountability and strengthen intergovernmental relations and ensure that the development reaches each and every community. We understand that the district development model promotes a coordinated planning and implementation across national, provincial, local government. It ensures that development is integrated and resources are aligned, and there is duplication. It is avoided. Hence, we are encouraging and pleading with the Premier that we need to see the fast tracking and implementation of the adopted business plans on the DDM. Honorable Speaker, this budget that is tabled, it's about building and strengthening the institutions while advancing sustainable development for our people. More, however, it is important we mention that it's about facilitating integrated planning, research, and tracking performance of government programs and projects. In short, meaning the policies translated into real improvements in the lives of our people. We agree with the Honorable Premier that every rand spent contributes to building a more inclusive and more prosperous Free State. For these reasons, I rise in full support to support the budget that is tabled by Honorable Premier McQueen Letsoa Matai. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jankosi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was watching and listening to Honorable Sigwebela, and I know he's not dressed like the EFF this morning, but I wasn't sure, is he trying to look like Chairman Mao or a sushi chef? I'm not quite sure. But since he mentioned Chairman Mao as one of his heroes, I think it's interesting if one looks at the history of the Chinese Revolution and the post-revolution, that under Chairman Mao's leadership, 40 to 80 million Chinese people were murdered by that government, most of them industrial workers, farmers, and intellectuals. And I know Honorable Sigwebela regards himself as an intellectual, so under that dispensation he might have been one of those victims of the Chinese Revolution. But it's also interesting that during the famine, 6 to 8% of all Chinese people who died in the famine were beaten to death by their government because they were too weak to work. And that is the dispensation that Honorable Sigwebela and the ANC have huge praise for today. We must just remember the history before we quote people and praise them in our debates. Honorable Speaker, this week our people in the Free State commemorated Freedom Day. The 27th of April is meant to be a defining moment in South Africa's history, a day that symbolizes the triumph of democracy over apartheid oppression and the promise of a better life. While we honor the significance of this day, we must confront the lived reality of many residents across the province, and that for them, freedom remains incomplete. For thousands of people in the Free State, the promise of freedom has yet to translate into meaningful change. Many of our people are still trapped in economic hardship, unemployment, and poverty. Basic dignities that should accompany freedom, such as the dignity of permanent employment.
Order, Honourable Member. Can you take your seat?
Ke a leboha Speaker, ke ne ke kopa ho botsa Honorable my learned Honorable Dr. ore na a ile mo a hopola ke a tseba o phehlile ore China hula wa bolawa batho ba bakae ebe o a tseba le ho hopola ore apartheid government mona na mo South Africa mo a phelang teng e bolaile batho ba batsho ba bakae ke a leboha.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Democratic Alliance has never denied the indignities and atrocities that took place under the apartheid government, the same as what I mentioned also in China. But we must also remember that there were two parties involved. There was the National Party, who were responsible for apartheid in South Africa, and then there was the ANC, who were responsible for the atrocities of people at camps outside the country, such as Quattro. And I want to refer the Honourable Member to two reports which were carried out by the ANC. The Squia Commission of Inquiry, and there was another one as well. And in those reports, and I want to quote this, they said that women are regarded as sex objects that cannot develop militarily or politically. Close quote. People were murdered in those camps. They were buried alive. They were tortured in the similar manner to what the apartheid government was torturing people in South Africa. So there were two sides to the story, and I think the ANC must remember their own history as well as the apartheid history. And we as a Democratic Alliance acknowledge this history, but we want to move forward as a country, and we need to move forward as a country. And if we sit in our historical enclosures, we are not going to move forward. And there's a lot that we have in this country and in this province to look forward to. Honourable Speaker, to get back to my speech, basic dignities that should accompany freedom, such as the dignity of permanent employment, access to reliable running water, decent housing, and a sound roads network and proper sanitation, remain out of reach for too many of our people in our communities. The DA believes that political freedom without economic opportunity and basic service delivery is a promise only half fulfilled. Dysfunctional municipalities across the Free State continue to undermine the very essence of freedom. When taps run dry, refuse goes uncollected, and infrastructure crumbles, residents are denied not only services, but the promise of job-creating investment. Poor governance and mismanagement have turned many municipalities into barriers to progress rather than vehicles for development. Corruption and lack of accountability continue to rob residents of the opportunities they deserve. The DA reiterates that real freedom must be measured in people's daily lives, in access to jobs, quality services, and a government that works efficiently and transparently. And it's good that we're having this sitting here today in Machabeng, because everyone who drove to this venue today experienced the indignities that I mentioned, of poor services, of a crumbling roads infrastructure, of refuse lying in the streets, young people out there unemployed. These are things that we see here in Machabeng. In fact, when you drive to Machabeng, you can smell the ANC-run government here because of the sewage long before you actually reach Machabeng, because Machabeng is the sewage capital of the Free State. On Freedom Day, Honourable Speaker, President Ramaphosa came to the Free State to talk to empty seats about how corruption, stolen money, is an attack on our democracy. This is the same president who crafted BEE legislation to build a billion-rand empire for himself, while many people are unemployed in this country and who do not benefit from those policies that he created. He created them to benefit himself and his cronies who live in luxury, who billionaires, while our people are experiencing the indignity of what we see here in Machobeng today. We agree with the President that we must prioritize service delivery, root out corruption, and place the needs of residents at the center of governance. We also agree with his previous statements that DA-led governments are the best run governments in the country and therefore the only vehicles through which service delivery and jobs can take place in South Africa. Not my words, President Ramaphosa's words, the President of the African National Congress. And it takes a big man to actually admit that when the opposition are doing better than your own governments and municipalities are. Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member, can we have a seat, please? Honourable Member Jabulan.
Ke a leboha, Honourable Speaker. Ke hloka ho botsa Tate Jenkinson hore ka nako eo e neng e le karolo ya sesole sa apartheid hore ha ne ba lelekisa ANC ene e le paleho hore dibakeng tse kang bo Khwito Carnival bona ba ile ba bolaya batho ba bakae.
Honourable Speaker, we all know the history of South Africa. We don't have to go back to repeat that. I've already spoken about that. I was not at Khwito Carnival, so I don't know what he's talking about. Honourable Speaker, freedom must not only be remembered, but it must also be nurtured, protected, and realised by the members of this legislature. Corruption is enabled when this legislature remains under-resourced, and we see a lot of money going to the Premier's office and very little to the legislature, whose job it is to ensure accountability. Let me give you some examples, and I'll go a little bit back in history. In 2007-8, the budget for the legislature was 82 million rand, and the department of the Premier 103 million rand.
Can you take a chair? There's a point of order. Honour members, I have requested in the past debate, you may have a chair, that let us not use these privileges that we have, especially during the debates of this nature, to actually disturb speakers on the platform. And I've asked that we should be honourable enough to allow members to finish their speeches, even if we are not, happy with what they are saying. What is the point of order, Honourable?
Speaker, my apology, but I had to rise on a point of order, consistent with the precedents you have said. President of this country is a member of parliament and is an honourable member. It is wrong that Honourable Jenkinson distorts what the President has said. The President says DA municipalities are doing well in terms of only finances, not service delivery. Now, he is wrong to say the President said ANC municipalities must copy the municipalities run by the DA, because the municipalities run by the ANC provide services to our people. They may have weaknesses around financial management, unlike municipalities in Khayelitsha, which are not giving black people the services. Thank you. That's a point of order.
Exactly. Help me understand what is the point of order and what we are raising. Yes, I want to understand what is the point of order and what we have raised. I'm not asking you, Honourable Member.
He is misquoting and distorting the President of this country, who is a member of parliament and must be respected as an honourable member.
Thank you. Other members, it is also prudent that as we debate, we will not use statements or misquote. And if that is the case, we will get to clarify that position in the next sitting. You may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Sound financial management leads to sound service delivery. That is why the ANC is trying so hard to get financial management in municipalities functional, which they're failing to do because the same people that failed are the same people they have there to try and fix it. But to quote another senior ANC person, Dololo point of order and Dololo services. That's the problem. Honourable Speaker, in 2016-17, the legislature received 191 million and the Office of the Premier received 294 million. In that year, we could already notice the budgetary disparities between the Office of the Premier and the legislature. This year, the Office of the Premier received 658.3 million rand and the Free State Legislature a mere 339 million rand. The legislature is constitutionally mandated to hold the executive accountable and ensure oversight in the Free State. The executive are accountable individually and collectively to the Free State Legislature. The legislature remains the seat of our democracy in the Free State. While the Office of the Premier has a responsibility to ensure sound financial management over the provincial government departments, the Auditor General also indicated in 2024-25 that this same office, under the same Premier, underspent by 62 million rand. And in 2024, had irregular expenditure of 48 million rand, and in 2025, 41 million rand due to non-compliance with supply chain management. The Premier must explain, through you, Honourable Speaker, who is watching the watchdog when the legislature is deliberately under-resourced by the same executive. We are supposed to be the watchdog that is watching that watchdog. But that watchdog cannot do their watchdog job because they themselves are guilty of the same things that they are supposed to watch over. During his Freedom Day speech in Bloemfontein this year, President Ramaphosa indicated that every stolen rand is an attack on our democracy. When a legislature is denied resources, this undermines the institution's ability to expose and fight corruption. The Free State has a legacy of corruption at both provincial and municipal levels, which the legislature, as the main democratic watchdog in the province, is largely responsible for ensuring that this does not take place. Every rand withheld from the legislature is similarly, as what the Honourable President mentioned, an attack on our democracy. In fact, we sit here today without a legislature building because the executive won't allocate money for it to be repaired. The Premier's office has a section responsible for oversight, yet our provincial departments and municipalities to continue to fail our people. That undermines our people's freedom. Water scarcity.
Can you have a seat, Honourable Member? Yes, Honourable Member.
I was just checking with Honourable Jangleson whether we'll be taking a question. And the question is, Honourable Jangleson, do you think it will be proper for the Free State and the Premier of the Free State to visit other provinces so that they can go and see how things are done so that they can come and improve in this province?
Thank you for that Very important question, Honorable Mokoena. And I noted that Honorable Makume said in his speech that we mustn't talk about the Western Cape. But why doesn't he want us to talk about the Western Cape? Because the Western Cape is an example of what should and can be done in terms of governance. We don't want our people to go to the Western Cape. We want to bring those examples of good governance to the Free State, from the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town. The Western Cape province has spent billions of rands on water infrastructure over the past few years in our municipalities. Let me give an example of Khayelitsha, because it's always mentioned here by the ANC. Their investment in a 474 million rand city bus project links Khayelitsha and other areas to the rest of the economy in the city so that people can access that economy. In fact, that city has spent 120 billion rand over the past few years, much of which is spent in Khayelitsha, Langa, Mitchell's Plain and other areas, improving roads, water, sanitation and other infrastructure. The city of Cape Town, and we want this to happen in the Free State, that's why we're mentioning it. The city of Cape Town, which is DA run, installed 401 kilometers of new water and sanitation pipelines over 3 years. Johannesburg was only able to install 98 kilometers in 3 years. And Mangaung faces water losses of 49% due to the infrastructure challenges and the fact that they're unable to install this. But one wonders where the money is going. Perhaps it has gone into the salaries of senior managers in that municipality who are mismanaging Mangaung. The municipal manager was allocated a 700,000 salary increase in 2024-2025. A salary increase to do what, one would ask, when the people of Mangaung continue to suffer. But as I said, we want the people of the Free State to experience this in the Free State.
Honourable Member Jacobson, can you have a seat, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to ask Honourable Jacobson if the procurement and contract management of 11 of DTs in the Western Cape, they do not comply with the legislation. Why should the Free State learn from the Western Cape? And is it a coincidence that the Department of Education in the Western Cape is the one that does not comply with legislation, including the current situation that the DA Minister is faced with, whereby he has his department has just awarded a 285 million contract to a company that has registered 3 days after the publication of specifications. Thank you.
Emphasizes the difference between the DA and the ANC. Those things are being investigated. And if people are guilty of not complying with the law, they will be criminally charged and punished for it. We don't shy away when things go wrong. We ensure that there is accountability in those areas. Some of the most pressing problems facing municipalities in the Free State are also around water and sanitation. The Human Rights Commission has indicated that the lack of water and poor sanitation management in the Free State are in fact human rights abuses.
Honourable Member Jangasi, you are the most disturbed speaker today. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. In the spirit of Honourable Jenkinson taking questions, I'd like to know, in the annual disaster time that we're entering now in the Free State, do you think the Premier and the Free State are ready for this disaster that we run into, seeing that they can't mitigate the water and the sanitation human rights violations? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, last time I went to Palanomi to look for the Disaster Management Centre. It had been closed by the Department of Labour. I'm not sure where our Disaster Management Centre is today, but I agree that they should be consumed with the water issues and sanitation issues in the Free State, because these are in fact disasters in the province with disastrous implications for our residents. But as I said, we don't want to go to the Western Cape to experience what they are doing. We want to bring that here. And under a DA-run government, we could do that in the Free State. In the Western Cape, that provincial government spent 30 million rand in fire services last year.
Honourable Member.
The province is
Honourable Member. There's a question. Yes. Honourable Member. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is quite an informative lecture that we are actually getting from Dr. Jankelson today. In that regard, and also managing disaster management and managing municipalities and the role that technology can play, we noticed that the Honourable Premier hosted a ICT summit recently. Now, I would like to know, how can technology play a role in service delivery specifically and also growing our economy? And in the Honourable Member's opinion, in which areas can the Free State in fact improve? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This does in fact align with what the Premier mentioned earlier. And as the DA, we have some plans for the Free State. And I know previously during debates we've been told by the ANC that we must also come up with suggestions and plans on how we can fix things. Now, we would like to see the ICT not just spoken about and promised, we want to see it in practice. And there's no reason why the Free State cannot have more e-government. Why not have digital licensing centres where you can do online applications to renew licenses? That can be done. It's not so difficult. Why aren't records of people who are going to hospitals and clinics not online, so that you can go to any clinic or hospital in the Free State and your records should be available online? We're living in the 21st century. Now, in the Western Cape, we have mobile e-centres. These are trucks that move around, and residents in areas that might not have access to Wi-Fi can go to these trucks. There are computers, there are printers, there are various facilities available for them in these mobile centres. The Western Cape also has 1,600 Wi-Fi hotspots, so that people can use them. Gugulethu alone has 21 locations. Khayelitsha, 8 locations. And the Cape Flats, 183 locations across those areas of the Western Cape. Wi-Fi hotspots where young people can go. And the World Bank has indicated that access to Wi-Fi and a smart device is a university in the pocket of every young person. And we are giving those young persons opportunities and empowering them through Wi-Fi. That can be done in the Free State as well. And the DA believes that we should do that in the Free State. Because when a young person wants to start a business, start farming, doing gardening, you just have to go Google it. Like I saw Honourable Sigwebela Googling things suddenly to try and catch me out about the Western Cape or the National Department of Education. It's because he has Wi-Fi and a cell phone. But many of our people in rural areas and young people don't have access to that. And they should have access to that in the Free State. So thank you very much for that question, because it is important for us to also give an example of what can and should be done. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I see my time is up.
Honorable Member Tlalele. Sorry about that. Honorable Member Tlalele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier of the Free State, Mayor Makwin Letsoha Matai, members of the legislature, members of the Executive Council, executive mayors in their presence. Later I will say where they are. Traditional leaders, Marena Arona Kiboka Dikhomu, without necessarily mentioning your names. Baetapele ba dikereke, bahasi ba lentswe, bomme le bontate, baahi ba matjhabeng, baahi ba Freistata, dumelang. Honorable Speaker, when we assess provincial budgets across the province, it is important that we do so without distortion and without reducing governance to a competition of numbers. The Western Cape and the Free State operate in fundamentally different economic realities. The Western Cape benefits from a larger, more diversified economic base, stronger revenue generation capacity, and therefore greater fiscal flexibility. The Free State, by contrast, remains shaped by structural unemployment, historical spatial inequality, and an economy still transitioning away from over-reliance on declining sectors such as mining. These are not excuses, they are facts that define the developmental terrain on which we must act. Honorable Speaker, the last speaker on the budget votes is called a sweeper. Now, a sweeper ka Sesotho ke lefiele. Now, ke kopa o ndumelle hore ke fiele matlakala a ntseng a bua mona a fedimaka mosebetsi o entsweng ke ANC for dilemo tse 32. Hane ke le ka ntle nkabe ke itse ka re Honorable Jankelson ha ntsa bua ebe ke bina Thabo dula fatshe hoba ke na le moya, and moya o etsa motho a bue nnete fela. Mokgatlo wa African National Congress ko ona o qadileng wa amohela hore di masepala tsa rona hona le mathata. Ha re bueng ka hore mathata a etswa ke mathata a etswa ke hore lekeno la masepala 60% e tlameha ho tswa ho tjhelete e lefellwang ke batho. Batho bana ba tlamehang ho lefella ditshebeletso ha ba sebetse. Lebaka le etsang hore ba ske ba sebetsa ke hobane re le batho ba batsho re le ga tingwa thuto e nepahetseng ra fuwa Bantu education, ga tingwa dibazari, ga ske ga ya sekolong ga ithuta. Batswadi ba rona ba ne ba sena hore patalla school fees. Now ke ka hona hona le batho ba batsho ba sa sebetseng ka jeno. Moruo wa naha ena o ntse o le matsohong a banna ba basweu. Diaparo tse re di aparang re di reka ka di-account. Ntho enngwe le enngwe ga e kolota re le batho ba batsho hobane moruo wa rona. Now lekeno la masepala 40% ke di grants, 60% ke own revenue. Now hore di masepala tsa rona di nyolohe, tlameile ho be le tjhelete e kenang. Hoba tjhelete ha etswe ho ntate Modimo. E tlameha ho lefellwa ke batho bana. Hore ho patalwe metsi, ho patalwe motlakase, ho rekwe dilori, ho etsuwe eng. Jwale taba eo a se taba eo re sa itsebeng, empa re le mmuso wa Freistata ka office ya Premier. Ho na le ntwena eo thweng ke section 139 intervention. Ha re a shebella fela, empa re kenella ho etsa bonnete ba hore re fana ka support di masepaleng. Ka jeko tjena mopresidente wa naha ya rona wa African National Congress le minister wa metsi ba biditse bo majoro hore ho tlo bua ka taba ya mathata ana a metsi a makeisheneng, ho tlo bua ka mathata ana a dikgwerekgwere. Ka jeno ha re kena mona re bone diretse. Ha o ka sheba spatial planning sa apartheid se beile magwa mo phahameng, sa beha batho ba batsho mo thewileng, ho etsetsa hore batho ba batsho ba sese ka hara metsi. Ke bona ba kentseng di-pipe tsa asbestos tse nyane makeisheneng a rona hore di tshwatlehe. Jwale ba ske ba tla mona ba tlo bua ntho ba sa itsebeng, ba tswetswe ke mmuso wa kgethollo o re entseng sena seo re leng sona ka jeno. Dilemong tsena tse 32 re itse ha re fe batho ba rona tsebo ho etsetsa hore ba tsebe ho nka karolo ka hara moruo wa lefatshe lena la rona. Mopremiri o reportile mona ka mosebetsi o ho etsang ho fana ka di-bazari. Ka jeno ngwana sa eng sekolong ke kgetho ya hae. Ho na le bazari, ho na le NSFAS. Bana ba sa sebetseng ka jeno ke bana ba African National Congress. African National Congress ha e sa le ba hlokomela ho tloha bomme ba bona ntse le ba khashane. Ha o ya clinicing o imme ha o lefe, o bona ngaka o sa lefe. Ngwaneno ha qeta o hla ona wa African National Congress, ha ya clinicing mane ha a lefe, ha a ya preaching. ANC ke yona e mo fang tjhelete ho ra kene preach a je preaching. E mo hlokomele ha ya primary school le secondary school through the non-fee paying schools. Hobane re ba futsana je ka baka la apartheid. A so re ne re sena boko, empa re tingwa menyetla ya hore re ruwe tsebo ya hore re iphidise. Ngwana ena wa ANC yona e o thweng ha a sebetse ka jeno ke ngwana wa ANC itseng ha qeta secondary school aya mane tertiary, ANC ya mo fa NSFAS, ANC ya mo fa bazari. Ka jeno tona kholo maobane ha ba se ba qetile university ba fuwa tsebo through internships le di-learnerships. Maobane mopremiri mane Fedimeya Hall o ne a kopane le bana ba qetileng jwale, di-engineers tseo, mechanical, water specialist, tsona kaofela a ba fa di-computer, a ba fa di-laptop, ba deploye di-masepaleng. Ba di-masepaleng hore ba lo thusa di-masepala. Tona kgolo re a leboha hobane ho na le motjha moo a entseng taba tsa metsi, a emeng a re ha ke fitla moo itsa ke hopola mo ke tswang teng ka re ke tlo etsa difference. A re o developile system ya water quality management. System ena ya hae e kena ka ga di-pipe, e kgona ho sheba gona metsi a batho ba nwang ke quality pele metsi eo a tswa a ya bathong. Ke ntweo ke African National Congress. Maobane bana ba tswileng sekolong ba sa qeta bo matric ba ile mane ba rutwa ba fumane di certificate maobane di entry level 4 e leng hore ka nnete ba ne ba sena yona hona le ba rutuweng ka tsa bophelo bo botle hygiene le cleaning ba qualified they can start their own businesses ka support ya mmuso wa African National Congress now re ske ra tla mona ra thetsa setjhaba sena sa rona mathata a teng ha re hane a teng mathata taba tsa bobodu ke African National Congress e qadileng ka hore ho be le bo Madlanga commission ho be le di commission tsena kaofela ba utswitseng tjhelete ba hlahelle ba tshwarwe ba etronko now ha re tlo thetswa ke dikgetho dinkankane di tlowa ha pula ena tjena ebe di a qhoma ha ske ra thetse hang batho ba heso mmuso wa ANC ka 32 years o entse progress e kgolo ho motho wa motsho ha ke utlwisise DA ha e bua ka decent house e bua ka eng hobane e ahile kae ANC ke yona e fileng batho matlo ebile ba fa title deed hore a be le ownership e seng ka nako ya apartheid mo ene e re ha o le motho wa mme ha ntate a hlokahala o no ntshuwa ka tlung o bewa strateng le dithoto tsa hao ene re ha o batla ntlo o le mme ho thulo batla moshimane ngwana moshimane o ngodise ka yena ANC ka jeno e fa bomme matlo ha e re tlo le ngwana moshimane ha o sena monna Thabo dula fatshe hobane ke na le moya anke ke ka dula fatshe hobane ke na le moya mmuso wa African National Congress re matsweletswele ka jeno ke mmuso wa ANC ne re sa tsebe ho bua mmuso wa ANC wa re dumella hore re bue ntho engwe le engwe re batlang ho e bua re criticize mmuso bana nkabe le khale hampe o kwaletswe ha ke qetela wa swabisa hore batle ba tlo bua mona ka hore batho ba shwele kae le kae mafatsheng ana batho ba batho ba neng ba lwanela tokoloho ba bolauwe ke ka bana ba letsole ka nqela le ka jeno ba bang ha ba so fumanwe batswadi ba bona ha ba tsebe na ba kae khutlisa masapo a bana ba rona pele le bua na rona re tseba taba tsa rona hore re tsamaya le setjhaba sena re ba fa tsebo hore ba itsetse ho nka karolo moruong wa naha re kgathetse ko apara sekoloto ho kganna sekoloto ho dula ka hara di bond le rona re batla ho tshwana le bona ha o ya tropong mane mo ke dulang hona jwale ha o tshwane le mo ha ona metsi mana mathango ba hola kengwa dikunteri di site tsa bona e ka re ke plus tsa rona ke ditompinyana hobane rona e ka re ha re tsebe moruo wa naha re tlo nka moruo wa naha re sebetsa mmoho le batho bana sekusele kancane ke a leboha
The Premier can now respond.
Ke boele ke dumedise hantle motsamaisi wa dipuisano ne ke tshwanela ke dule fatshe ke re me Mathabo o qetile empa ba entse go ke hlobole kobo le nna Sesotho se re ntja e bohola koloi e mathana eme a ke tsebe o thuetsetsa ya itshetsetse a kere ke Sesotho ba marenaka jole ke batla ho hopotsa fela batho ba ka monna ba tlomamelang ditaba tsena hore Ntate Makume o buile taba bohlokwa wa ba etsa pina e tshwanelang bona hantle ya hore your body is here but your mind it's in another province. Obane ba nkile di vote tsa ba bang ba ntse ba ba shapela matsoho tsatsing lemo ba ba beya DA ba ba bela hore ha ba emamo ba le qoqela ka Western Cape ba ske ba thusa mmuso e ba llang ka ona hore ba lla ka hore legislature e fuwe tjhelete nyane le batla legislature e fuwe tjhelete e tsang program tsa individual legislature ina le di committee tshwantse tjhelete ho sebetswe ka collective le lliswa ko bane lona kelello tsa lona ha di yo mona di kwana Kapstad and ntho ya hore ka metla le re jetse ka Kapstad ha ona ntho e tlo thabisang batho o thabele hore ho bile di audit outcome tse jwang empa di sa fetola maphelo a batho o tshwantse ntho e ntle o etsang bukeng e be le impact on the lives of the people so ha sa fetole maphelo a batho e etsang re tla dula re le jwetsa ka Khayelitsha obane ke lona le ratang ho bua ka Kapstad Khayelitsha mane batho ba petetsana ke di sardines batho ha ya danun hore ke kae ho petetsana ore ke le hopotsa hore mmuso na African National Congress etsang beke le beke ha batho ba bolawa Western Cape beke le beke re tsamaisa batho re ba fa matlo beke le beke hantse ho ba le crime mane Western Cape ele sa batlo go bua ka yona beke le beke rona mona re ka hara batho re ba mametse re batla ho utlwa rona ebe batho ba rona ba re fa mandate ba re ke ka ona o banang Bodulo Maesane a dula tsama dibakeng mona fana ka bodulo ke batla le hopotsa hore rona mokgatlo ka ba bua nnete ke rona re qadileng pele re amoela di challenge tse re nang le tsona di masipaleng ke ka hona this office ya premier e keneng di masipaleng tsena re nang le di meeting mo re dulang le di masipala re leka ho di thusa di challenge teme batho ba bua nnete dintho tse ding ke aging infrastructure di pipe tse ntse bua ka tsona tsa khale le hore ha ona motho ana tseba ka nako ntse le di etsa hore tla be se re na le population e kana ya batho so ke di challenge tse leng hore ntate fa kumane o itse ke jare mathata ntho tse ke kopane le tsona ke jarile le mathata bona bana ke batla go khutlela ho le bona hape wa bona EPWP la bana le batle jwang batho bana ba DA ba re lwantsha ka lona mehleng ska re he mehleng ba re ha se mesebetsi ha ba tsebe ho bane relevant empa ha ba tsebe hore hona le ntho e fetotseng maphelo a lona ba bang ba maobane ba ne ba thola di certificate ba qadile mona di plumber di artisans tsene maobane re di kenya ba qadile mona ba rua ka program ena o tla ba utlwa mme di bulelwa qeta ho bua mona le dula le la ka tšhelete ya legislature hore inyana le batla ho etsa di program tsa di party tsa lona ha le qeta rona re ya batho le re ke campaign wa bona GBV inkile se khatla jwang kara Freestad ha ba soka ba tender le event A1 e tswang ke mmuso wona wa Freestad ba batla ba tlo go thetsa monna ba re mosebetsi wa bana go etsa oversight ha ba yi di events tseo ho bontsha hore dintho tse amale basadi ke ka hona etsang example ena ka ANC you've never been to the camps ha o tlo tla mo bore batho bana ba le di kampong tsa mokgatlo ene le di sex slaves it's an insult and hantle speaker na tshwantsa ba hutsi mantswe ao it's an insult to women hore o tlo mamana go bolela go ne re ba na ntate Jackelson wait speaker ke ena motsamaisi wa dipuisano I went to exile. I was never a sex slave. I came back. I was under the leadership. Yeah, but respect women. So the only time you went outside the country was to go and kill our own people out there. Our reports, some of the challenges. Empa ntho ke batlang go le jotsa yona tsatsing lena ke hore mosebetsi wa lona Yes, ke opposition, but don't think gore le tata le ema mona le thetsa setjhaba sa rona ene re tla thola fela. Every time DA ema mona e criticize wa bona fela go se ba le muti ngwanene re tla kena le rona nako re dumela. Ore ke le correct ka ntwa stadium. O ba le tlatsitse mona. Ha ona president ana tlo addressa batho ba leng ka stadium. Ho no ho qadwe ke Department ya Sports Arts and Culture ba itse ba tlisa makhitente e tlo hlomuwa ka hara lebala la stadium. Batho ba ikeme ga maposa ona addressa empty seats. There's no such. Bothata ba nna kore ha le kgone bona ntho tsa government ke eng. Ha government le teng ene le claima you are not supportive. You don't attend even a single activity ya government. Le today ha ke makala ne ba addressa president you don't recognize him as a president. And ke president wa South Africa le tla mona kore e tla be le tlwaele gona jale ke yena president. So le tlamehile le tla mona le jetse batho hore stadium se ne se le empty. Ona stadium se ne se le empty.
Honorable Premier,
my apologies.
may I ask you to preserve the decorum of the House?
Okay.
And address this in the House.
Ke leboha speaker. Empa ditsabe tsona di utlwile ke a leboha ka tataiso ya House speaker. Because ka nnete batho ha ke re mo hona mona Khayelitsha ene le dula le bua ka yona. Le tshaba o jwetsa setjhaba hore le ane le kgetha le ba etapele di ya kgetha ba etapele ya tseba na kgetha ba so ho batho ba rona hore ba tla hlola ba nka di vote tsena ho ya ka puo ya mme Mathabo dintho tsa di buile ba efa batho bana ba ileng hore ha se ba dutse mane o kekebe wa ba bona le mona ba tlangwa ko hore ke salary tsa bona tsentse hore ebe ba ka ratha bo ha ba tla tjena ba tla fela ba tlo qabanya setjhaba ba sa jwetse setjhaba nnete. Hillside View mane Mangaung re nkile hona le batho bana ba bitswa makhalat mmuso ona o kopantse batho ha bona ne ba re arotse ha ne ba sna moya ona buang ka ona hobane ho la ba le makoishini ho ba le mo ba dulang teng hobane letsatsing lena ho sna le koishini le leng hore ke la bona le ka pela makoishini a rona ko bane ka kelelong tsa lona ha le batho bona motho ya motho a developile ene le kekebe la complete la compare taba ya 400 years e sa le hatelletse batho to 32 years. There's no way. Ke leboha me ntombela ka donation ya hao ka tabeng yo hore o nkgopotsa khale batho bana ba re hatelletse mme ke batla ho bua le mbokoto wa rona wa act money o itshwere ngwaneso e tshware fela jwalo simunye kulento o ska ba wa fela pelo hobane rona re batho ba moelang re tswa moqhaka be ke fitile ha re fitla moqhaka re kopane le maqheku ana ntse o ba fa ditjala ke batho ba rona ne le batla re ba fe ha re tloa mona ne re mamela maqheku fela hore mathata bona ke a feng ha re tloa ra bantsha ra mamela setjhaba ka kakaretso ba buile diphephetso tse bana le tsona re ba file 2 weeks hore department ya cocktail human settlement tla be ba le ka hara moqhaka ba lo etsa bonnete ba hore masipala o ntsha di application tsa batho mo ba apply tse matobane re a amohela re keke ba le maemo a mmesa la apply la stand ka 2006 e be tsatsing lena ha so se fumane hobane ntate Mokwena o tla ba ntsha ditsa re a ya mono re lo fa batho ba mono ka kgweding yena kapa ka June ditsa tse fetang 3000 o tlo utlwa ba ibitsa hore ke campaign re tlameile re di isa bane dikgetho dinako tsotlha re tlo tshoswa ke lona hore jalo ke nako di campaign e ba ga sa hlola ke ka ona ke itseng ka nnete hantlantle ne ke tshwantse be ke dula fatshe ha le Mkhondo ne ke kopa Mkhondo hle a ke le tlole go jwetsa ka corruption maponesa le teng tsamao lo bula case ha re tlo dula mena mehlele re jwetsiwa ka mo re leng corrupt maponesa ka nte a etseditswe so tsamao lo bula case o nke bopaki o ye court o fitla go bopaki ba ka ke bana otherwise ka nnete re utlwile ke lona ha ke kwala ke re happy workers day tomorrow abasebenzi ba sebetse ha monate ka osane ke lebo.
Thank you. The reply by Honorable Premier concludes the debate On vote 1, Office of the Premier, the Acting Secretary shall read motion 2.
That the second reading debate on the appropriation bill, B3 of 2026, be continued. Vote 9, Public Works, Roads and Transport.
The vote before the House is vote 9, Public Works, Roads and Transport. Thank you.
Public Works and Infrastructure.
Last girl, I am a hair. Last girl, I am a hair. Sure. The vote before the House is vote 9, Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker in absentia, Madam Premier, members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the Executive Council, Executive Mayors, Mayors present today, Councillors present, leaders of the opposition parties, traditional leaders present, Director General, heads of departments, our strategic partners, our invited business leaders, distinguished guests, comrades and friends, Dumelang. Honorable Speaker, it is an honor to present the budget vote for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for the 2026-2027 financial year. This budget vote reflects our commitment to restoring the integrity of government infrastructure, strengthening service delivery, and ensuring that the Free State immovable asset portfolio is managed with professionalism, accountability, and foresight. We entered this seventh administration with a clear electoral mandate to do more, to work differently, and to work together for the betterment of our people. The ANC 2024 election manifesto directs us to accelerate inclusive growth, expand job creation, reduce poverty, and build a capable developmental state. Public Works and Infrastructure stands at the center of this mission because infrastructure is a backbone of service delivery, economic activity, and social dignity. Honorable Speaker, the President reminded us in the State of the Nation address delivered on the 12th of February 2026 that although progress has been made since the dawn of democracy, far too many of our communities remain trapped in poverty and joblessness. The Premier has equally emphasized the need for a government that delivers, a government that maintains what it builds, and a state that places people at the center of development. Honorable Speaker, we tabled this budget vote at a time when the world is confronting profound instability. The global economy is being reshaped by geopolitical conflict, rising energy prices, and persistent cost of living pressures. The International Monetary Fund reports that the conflict in the Middle East earlier this year has disrupted global supply chain, pushed inflation upward to 4.4% and slowed global growth projection to 3.1% for 2026. The United Nations further cautions that political, economic, and technological tensions are placing developing countries under severe strain and slowing progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Across the world, the businesses leaders now identify geopolitical instability, energy volatility, and supply chain disruptions as the most significant risk to economic performance. This global turbulence affects every province, every municipality, and every household. It demands that we build a state that is resilient, disciplined, and capable, a state that shields its people from global shocks by strengthening internal systems, maintaining infrastructure, and ensuring that public resources are used effectively, efficiently, transparently, and in the best interest of our people. The Department's appropriations for 2026-2027 financial year stands at 2.3 billion. While this allocation reflects government's continued commitment to infrastructure and service delivery, it also lays bare the fiscal constraints facing our province. The increase in this budget is driven largely by the escalating cost of municipal services, property rates, as well as maintenance of aging asset portfolio. In real terms, This presents a 1.21% decrease from the previous financial year, a decrease that will further exacerbate our ability to meet our huge backlogs in maintenance, nor the rising cost of utilities and property rates. This context demands discipline, innovation, and partnership. It demands that we prioritize plant maintenance over emergency repairs, because every cent spent on reactive maintenance is money taken away from job creation and service delivery. It demands that we strengthen internal capacity, accelerate infrastructure delivery, modernize property management, and align EPWP with maintenance and facilities managed to create meaningful work opportunities. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote is therefore not a mere financial outline, but a political commitment to action. It is an opportunity to reflect honestly on the progress we have made, to confront the challenges that remain, and to outline the concrete steps that we will be taking in the year ahead. It is a road on how Department will contribute to the 7th Administration's priorities and to realization of our Vision 2030, a Free State that is inclusive, prosperous, and capable. Honorable Speaker, a solid administration base is of fundamental importance for an institution that is responsible for leading infrastructure development, its maintenance and job creation efforts. The functions provided by administration program are rooted in the strong legislative framework and operates as an integrated system in line with the best practices, thereby ensuring good governance. The provision of a conducive environment allows land management to improve its output and concentrate on the department's core functions to provide efficient services to clients and communities, which will remain a focus of this program during this particular financial year. The department will also continue to engage in capacity building to enhance skills development and ensure retention of scarce skills. To this end, the department has put in place innumerable programs. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight what we have achieved in the past financial year. The department completed 44 training interventions against an annual target of 25, achieving almost 176%. This includes critical programs such as public administration NQF 4 to 6, managing performance cable diagnostic, mentoring and coaching, basic computer training, project management, introduction to cyber security, women in leadership, emotional intelligence, working at height, scaffolding, erector unit, as well as compulsory induction program. These interventions directly strengthen our technical and administrative as well as leadership capacity. The department has made notable progress in strengthening its workforce. Against a target of 30 posts, we successfully filled 37 posts, achieving 123% of our target. These appointments have stabilized operations and strengthened our internal maintenance and administrative capacity. I'm pleased to report that the department currently employs 1,131 staff members, of whom 634 are women, representing 56%, and 497 are males, representing 44%. Honorable Speaker, in line with our diversity and inclusion policy, we also employ 45 people with disability, constituting 4%. Muprimiri, the norm is to appoint 2%, but as a department we have moved beyond that. That is why we've got 4%. We did not only employ them, but we have ensured that they are provided with relevant tools of trade. At senior management level, the department achieved a gender parity, with females and males each representing 50%, reflecting our continued commitment to transformation and equity as well as fairness in the workplace. We're hoping, Honorable Premier, as we appoint new officials, women will also be more, so that we are beyond 50%, because as an equal opportunity employer, the department continues to be guided by its approved strategy, employment equity plan, as well as human resource plan in building capable, inclusive, and representative workforce. Furthermore, the department currently hosts the Receipt Bank Center internship incubators employed across various units, contributing to skills development and strengthening institutional capacity. In the current financial year, the department will also implement a graduate development program in the built environment. So, the engineers of public works and infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, during the year under review, the department conducted job evaluation in terms of directive on automated job evaluation and grading system for the department system for the public service, utilizing the compensate system. A total of 52 posts were evaluated to ensure alignment with grading and weighing of job functions, responsibilities, organizational requirements, as well as ensuring that the work that they do is aligned to the departmental mandate, thereby supporting a fit-for-purpose organizational structure to advance the department's mandate in line with its capabilities and development strategy and the vision of an efficient, responsive, and developmental institution. The department will undertake the phase of filling 125 posts during 2026-2027 financial year to address capacity gaps to improve service delivery. Honorable Speaker, in the past year, we have started with advertising critical posts in senior management. These positions are differently, the process is at different phases at the moment. In addition, the department continues to implement the voluntary early retirement program as part of workforce renewal and cost containment measures. Honorable Speaker, I must report that to the House that 12 colleagues have taken this option and have exited the department. We give gratitude and thanks for their unwavering services. Their departure forms part of the broader organizational renewal strategy, creating space for critical skills, improving organizational agility, and supporting succession planning. Honorable Speaker, to further modernize our recruitment process, the department successfully implemented the e-recruitment solution, achieving 100% of the annual target. This digital platform has streamlined applications, improved transparency, reduced processing times, and ensured that all applicants, especially youth, have equal access to opportunity. The department, Honorable Speaker, the payment of service providers within 30 days cannot be overemphasized. We are committed to ensuring that no undue suffering is placed on our suppliers because of delay of payments. To this end, we are currently capacitating supply chain management to improve processing times, tighten controls, and ensure full compliance with Treasury regulations. These improvements are essential for restoring confidence, supporting local economic activities, as well as ensuring that the department remains a reliable and ethical partner in the provincial economy. Honorable Speaker, appropriate infrastructure maintenance creates jobs. For example, maintenance needs to be done year after year. Furthermore, much maintenance can only be done or best be done by labor-intensive methods. And it is important that government plans for employment creation that gives value to maintenance. Infrastructure maintenance must be seen as a strategic tool to support improved service delivery, to unlock funding, to extend infrastructure to the poorest of our communities, and to support the nation's economy. Maintenance of existing infrastructure should not be seen as a secondary importance to the apparent more attractive prospects of new infrastructure. Therefore, our focus is not only on cutting ribbons, but also on maintaining the existing infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, maintenance is about making sure that our buildings and facilities are safe and compliant to occupational health and standards, and that they provide the much more needed services to our people at all material times. We will continue in our efforts to restore some of the dilapidated buildings and put them into good use. In 2025-2026 financial year, we made progress on key planned projects. These projects reflect our unwavering commitment to infrastructure maintenance and enhancement of service delivery. The projects are as follows: the fire lifts installation, Lady Brandt House refurbishment, solar energy project, as well as switchgear projects, as well as EMS building, a project that will be completed in this particular financial year. In addition to the above, Fidel Castro building first floor is scheduled to be completed by our own internal artisans. The Metfontein building entails refurbishment and renovations that are done internally by our artisans. Furthermore, project at building solar, Qwaqwa fence upgrade, and welcome to prioritize prioritize the safe working environment by performing condition assessment for state-owned buildings, ensuring that safety, availability of use, as well as prevention of injuries and fatalities. Recognizing the high maintenance costs associated with lifts in our state-owned buildings, we plan to install new lifts in several facilities to address these challenges. Building. Honorable Speaker, the Department continues to implement the diverse portfolio of infrastructure projects across all districts, including new buildings, upgrades, rehabilitation, and maintenance. These projects are as follows: Hamilton Regional Offices Phase 2, Adelaide Tambo Hall upgrade, Betuli Office upgrade, Botawapilu upgrade, Fidel Castro building lifts and generator upgrades, Old Reserve Bank rehabilitation, as well as 4th Ratsal rehabilitation, Free State House as well. These projects form part of multi-year infrastructure pipeline funded through the Equitable Share, Infrastructure Enhancement Allocation, and Immovable Asset Management Program. Furthermore, our water savings initiative remains robust, with current savings exceeding millions of water usage. These accomplishments and ongoing initiatives represent a significant stride towards or forward for the department. We remain dedicated to maintaining our momentum through the current and future financial years. Honorable Speaker, infrastructure is the foundation of every life. It is a means to an end. Infrastructure in the form of public buildings, roads, water and sewer system, electricity and other services supports quality of life, and it is the foundation of healthy economy. That is why every project we deliver, it must be matched by a plan to keep it working. Honorable Speaker, one of the primary functions of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is to build schools in order to enhance the provision of basic quality education and leading the drive for long and healthy life for all South Africans by constructing functional and accessible healthcare facilities. We must acknowledge that our infrastructure delivery performance has not always matched our ambitions. Project office face delays, cost escalations, and coordination challenges. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect systemic constraints and require collective attention and reforms. In carrying our mandate of delivering socio-economic infrastructure projects on behalf of 10 departments, the following projects of Department of Education are still under construction. Father Balink School in Parades is still sitting at 78%. Bitumelo Special School in Tabancho is currently sitting at 42%. Dronsberg Special School Hostel is also sitting at 40% completion, as well as Morena Tsihusi School in Makhulukwen, which is currently sitting at 51%. Honorable Speaker, Secondary School in Sasolburg is currently standing at 95%. The only outstanding item there is a hall that needs to be built. DR Solo School in Fuljols has been completed previously with only a hall that was still outstanding, and we can confirm, Honorable Speaker, that the hall has been completed in December 2025. For the Department of Health, Honorable Speaker, we are busy constructing Tandanani Clinic Tabong here in Tabong, which is standing at 96.5% completion. We are also busy with Rede Park Clinic here in Velkom, which is standing at 68%. Honorable Speaker, a landmark investment in primary healthcare infrastructure is taking shape in a form of a clinic called Dinani Clinic in Tabanchu, which is standing at 38%. This project is delivered entirely in-house by skills professionals of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. This project stands as a proud demonstration of what department's capacity to plan, design, and execute world-class public facility without reliance on external consultants. This particular project is planwe, ya designwa, ibe executwa. Ke batho ba sebeletsang lefapha ho tjho hore ha ra hira di consultants, but our professional engineers are the one who are doing this particular work. The only thing that we did is to appoint a contractor. Beyond its role as a vital healthcare access point for surrounding community, Dinani Clinic has been built to the highest standard of energy efficiency. Honorable Speaker, Dinani Clinic is not just a building, it is a state of what government can achieve when it invests in its own people and commits to infrastructure that serve communities for generations to come. Bitumelo Hospital, Honorable Speaker, in Kroonstad has been constructed for over a decade, having gone through hands of different contractors, and none of them have been able to complete it. This hospital project is progressing very well and is standing at 45.5 completion. We are also busy with construction of Tusanum building, Honorable Speaker, which will be ready in due course. It's currently standing at 85%. These projects bring services closer to our communities, stimulate local economies, and create opportunities for SMMEs and local contractors. Honorable Speaker, the provincial government remains committed to the management of property portfolio in a manner that serves the people of the Free State to enhance socio-economic development. We are strategically giving priority to this area in line with the 7th Administration Priority 1 of driving inclusive growth and job creation. The department is intentionally advancing transformation objectives with a property leasing portfolio by increasing participation of women, persons with disability, and youth in the leasing opportunity sources from private landlords. This objective will be realized through advertisement of accommodation needs and appointment of prospective landlords. This initiative seeks to promote economic participation by all identified groups. Furthermore, we have scrutinized the previous lease contracts, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that government is not disadvantaged by any clauses as it was in the past. Honorable Speaker, the department is the custodian of all immovable assets register in the name of the Free State Provincial Government. This immovable asset register is now standing at 4.882 properties, and it is continually updated in compliance with Treasury Asset Management minimum requirements. The value of these assets currently stands at 13 billion. During the previous financial year, the department identified 29 unused dilapidated properties for disposal through a competitive bidding process. In preparation for this process, independent professional valuers were appointed to determine the market-related value of the properties. The valuation exercise has now been concluded. The department is ready to proceed with the advertisement of these properties. Honorable Speaker, we successfully hosted the Property Investment Summit in 2025 on the 27th of November, during which 16 properties for various development models, including BOTs and ROTs, were showcased in potential investors. The department is currently implementing phase 2 of this process, which entails the registration of the projects with National Treasury and conducting feasibility studies on the properties. The summit added much more impetus to our very Free State growth and development strategy. It is a direct response to empower the Free State business sector and the only way to transform the property relations in the province of the Free State. Honorable Speaker, the department is also continuing with the process of rectifying the erroneously registered properties in Tavanchu. The work has been distributed to appointed panel of conveyancers for the ratification and registration of the affected properties. Working together with Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, we have shared a list of farms to determine their productivity for the development of small-scale farmers. The Department of Agriculture has completed the verification and assessment processes and will provide us with the assessment report when it's finalized. The department will continue to identify relevant pieces of land from the asset register for the benefit of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Furthermore, the department is responsible for provision of office accommodation to all client departments that require functional and efficient workspaces for government operations. The identification of unused state-owned properties for the refurbishment of conversion into office accommodation continues to play a significant role in reducing department expenditure on operating leases. For the past 7 years, we have successfully managed to refurbish 19 state-owned buildings or properties as accommodation for client departments. Over the medium-term expenditure framework period, the department has planned to refurbish identified state-owned properties, which includes but not limited to Betuli, Old Reserve Bank, Botobapilu School, Sandstone, which will be repurposed for office accommodation. Honorable Speaker, we continue to use different streams to ensure revenue collection. The revenue target for the previous financial year was 57 million. We were able to collect 48 million as the department. Part of the increasing the revenue collection is the assessment or asset verification process that is undertaken each financial year. In assisting municipalities to sustain service delivery, the department continuously spends all its allocation budget for the property rates and municipal services for each year. The original budget has not always been enough, therefore supplemented and increased during the budget adjustment processes to ensure continued payments of property rates and municipality services to municipalities and other service providers. Though the fiscal constraints in the province are enormous, a total amount of 697 million has been paid to the municipality for municipal services and 562 million has been paid to property for property rates and taxes till to the end of 2026 March. That means in this current financial year, we spent about over $1 billion paying services to our municipalities as part of our action in making sure that we fix our municipalities. The department still has a projection of a shortfall amount of 102 million for property rates and taxes, as well as 908 million for services towards our municipality. Honorable Speaker, for any organization to make informed strategic decisions, it must place both fiscal and financial assets at the core of its operation to enhance operations efficiently and long-term attainment of its goals. Asset management is a sacrosanct for reducing costs and maximizing value creation. In this regard, the department is at an advanced stage of procuring the integrated property management system. The digital system will improve access and accuracy of the data recorded in the immovable asset register. This system will be able to integrate various functions of the department, allow and improve segregation of duties to eliminate human errors. Honorable Speaker, security of our property is vital and it's very important to improve our service delivery. The department is responsible for provision of security services to all multi-tenanted government buildings. The department, or the mandate rather, is derived from minimum physical security standards as recommended by Government Security Regulations Act. The department is currently safeguarding 25 sites in the Free State. We will continue to introduce advanced measures in the physical and electronic security we perform to our buildings. Our security personnel will receive intensive training on pertinent areas of security administration. The department is currently training 34 participants as security officers under the expanded public works program in the current financial year, which will assist in reducing incidents of theft and vandalism in the state properties to reduce expenditure on private security. Honorable Speaker, the department is a custodian of EPWP in the province. That's why we have committed to create job opportunities for 2,000 young people annually. These jobs were to create meaningful and strategic focus area of service delivery such as infrastructure maintenance, greening, cleaning, as well as beautification of our beautiful buildings, as well as assisting in some municipalities with waste management collection. In line with this commitment, I'm pleased to announce that on behalf of the department, by the end of Q4, 2,071 work opportunities for the unemployed Free State citizen were created. These work opportunities were created through the following programs: Cash for Waste, Cleaning and Greening, National Youth Service, as well as Artisan Development. Honorable Speaker, our artisans have exhibited exceptional dedication and commitment towards their professional growth, and the results of their training already become evident in their quality and working in the quality of their work being produced. We are confident that we will continue to support and invest in their development as artisans of this particular province. Despite the fiscal constraints or cost measures, we further commit to set up some same target for the new financial year as a minimum threshold we should achieve. We are also putting measures in place to ensure that external funds in upscaling our efforts to go beyond what we have set as the department through the key national challenge. We therefore encourage SETAs to work with the department and the public sector in collaboration to ensure alignment of public resources to optimize service delivery. As a department, Honorable Speaker, we commit to fund job creation initiatives and welcome the EPWP integrated grant allocation by National Department of Public Works to the tune of 3 million. For 2026-2027 financial year. We further commit to augment the EPWP grant with 42.5 million towards EPWP initiatives for 2026-2027 financial year. This will bring the total EPWP budget to 47.9 million in total just from our department alone. To ensure optimal utilization of this budget and value for money, we intend to pay particular attention to strategic areas of our core mandate. This includes alignment of EPWP to our maintenance project as well as facilities management. Our strategic partnership with municipalities and other departments will also be prioritized. We have drawn positive lessons from collaboration with public bodies and artisan development program, which has shown positive success. I'm pleased to report to this August House that initiatives have an impact on key service delivery challenges facing our infrastructure, especially maintenance. Our artisans have provided much more needed support in maintenance of street lights, underground electrical services, water leaks, and public bodies or public buildings. Minor structural repairs in municipal facilities as well as road marking to improve road safety. The following municipalities have been able to benefit out of this particular program. The Hlaben local municipality, 21 people were appointed there. Mansopa local municipality, 53. Metsimahulu local municipality, 21. And here in Machabeng, we appointed 20 artisans, trainees. More departments and municipalities have shown much more interest in the initiative of implementing artisan development program. In the new financial year, the program will be extended to the following municipalities, the following bodies: Department of Agriculture, Department of Social Development, as well as Pumelela Municipality. Honorable Speaker, we continue to explore more opportunities for our unemployed youth through expanded public works program. In keeping up with the commitment, the department has now established a security learnership program which aims at improving safety and security for officials in public buildings. This program aims at attracting unemployed youth and enroll them to accredited training with objective of equipping them to become qualified security officers. The program will target 35 unemployed youth in Bloemfontein, and it is anticipated to expand in other regions where there are government facilities and each at least 100 participants by the end of the financial year. All the potential participants are subjected to security vetting prior to being recruited, meaning that they will be vetted to ensure that they are in line with security measures that should be put in place. Moving to the provincial outlook of EPWP, in line with 3 priorities of the 7th administration of government, job creation remained priority number 1 for our province. The expanded public works program, as part of public employment program, committed a 5-year target of creating 5 million work opportunities nationally. At the beginning of the financial year, we started our contribution towards the target based on the resources available for both provincial departments and local communities or municipalities. This target remains unchanged of 171,709 for the same financial year, which is the 5-year period. We further committed on behalf of all 3 spheres of government within province as annual targets of creating 50 job opportunities. The department against this target is also, the performance against this target is my sincere apologies. The performance against this target is as follows. The provincial government will create the following job opportunities: 15,902, municipalities 9,017, national departments will contribute 2,759 work opportunities. Community Works Program implemented by Department of COGTA would create 17,850, while Independent, which is IDT, as the non-state-owned entity, will create 2,717 job opportunities. This takes us to the amount of 48,399 work opportunities created through EPWP program. Honorable Speaker, as the political champion of EPWP in the province, I personally enlist the oversight assistance of MECs and executive mayors to ensure that our province achieve EPWP targets per individual institution. This will ensure that Free State is positioned nationally on job creation efforts, since the province is one of the most affected by unemployment nationally. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, our budget vote is presented against a backdrop of global economic crisis, which affects South Africa in a very direct way because of independent or dependent integrated of South Africa's economy into the global economy. Our country's economy continues to face stagnation, unemployment, poverty, and inequality continues. Also, the budget is shrinking. It is true, Honorable Speaker, as Karl Marx once said, man makes their own history, but not in the circumstances of their own choosing. That is why our history is very important. In this era, no administration can choose the circumstances in which it must govern. Therefore, re le moetapele ba province, mathata ohle la fitileng ra jara hobane ha o le moetapele ha o re ke ne ke le siyo. Over the medium-term expenditure framework, the department's allocation declined from 2.4 billion in 2025-2026 financial year to 2.379 billion in 2026-2027, which is a year-on-year reduction of 1.21. This allocation to each of the department's program is allocated as follows. Program 1 is allocated 206,515. Program 2, Public Works and Infrastructure, is allocated 2.101377 billion. Program 3 is allocated 71.578 million. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Premier for her continued leadership of the provincial government and for always being available to provide the necessary support and advice whenever required, albeit under trying demands of her work schedule. I must also take this opportunity to thank my colleagues in the Executive Council for the invaluable advice, team spirit, and support. I'm duty-bound to thank all the honorable members of the legislature, and in particular the chairperson and the members of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure, Roads, Transport, and Human Settlement for their constructive and progressive oversight. I will forever be indebted to the organization that deployed me to do this work for the people of the Free State and South Africa in general. I therefore take this moment to honor the African National Congress for their continued guidance and the mandate I'm entrusted with. Finally, I would like to thank my private office, my close protectors, and the staff of the department under the sterling leadership of the head of the department, But most importantly, I must pass my special gratitude to my beloved partner, my children, and my entire family, whom I couldn't have made it thus far without their love and support. I hereby table the budget vote for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for 2026-2027 financial year. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I thank you.
We shall now have Honorable Mbalula.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier Makwin Letsoa Matai, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of this House, Marena ohle ateng kwano re boka dikgomo, baetapele bohle ba dikereke tse fapafapaneng ba teng, mopremiri wa mehleng Mme Mantombela, Ntate Thabang Lesia, Mogenerale a moholo wa sepolesa sa Afrika Borwa. Ntumeleng ke ona hore ke eme tlong ena ya ketsamolao o dumedisa bohle baahi ba mona matjhabeng le Freistata ka kakaretso hohle mo ba mametseng ba le teng. Today we stand in support of this budget vote presented by MEC Manche, not based on political lines, but because of how the budget vote characterizes development and the infrastructure for our people. Honorable Speaker, before we even engage in this budget, we must confront the fundamental truth, which is that this country did not inherit infrastructure designed for all. It inherited infrastructure designed for exclusion. As in April 1994, millions had no access to electricity, millions had no clean water, rural roads were neglected, schools and clinics were unequally distributed. It is under the leadership of the African National Congress that South Africa has undergone one of the most significant infrastructure expansions in its history. Since 1994, the ANC-led government has electrified millions of houses, expanded access to water and sanitation, built schools, clinics, and housing at a scale, developed roads, bridges, and transport systems. Honorable Speaker, our greatest challenge is to maintain, modernize, and sustain our infrastructure. And this is where this budget vote finds its strength. As outlined in the MEC's address, we are dealing with an aging infrastructure portfolio, rising maintenance costs, fiscal constraints. This budget, therefore, confronts these realities head-on. But I know, mahana puso ka lehlakoreng la ka le leqele ka moo. Jwale ka ba se ba yentse dipuisanong tsa pele, ba tla dula ba re jwetsa ka Western Cape nako e kgolo le e nyane. Le America yane moo ba bang ba baletseng teng. In fact, our people live in abject poverty. In both these places, if you do not believe me, ako botse moetapele wa bona ka mona Honorable Jangleson hore na ebe o kila le beya leoto nyanga kapa kubulethu. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote of 2.3 billion does not only prioritize new infrastructure, but it prioritizes maintenance of our current infrastructure and tackles the issue of job creation. But I'm aware that lekamane kam khondong ho ba o tsebang fela ke infrastructure yane ya fire pool. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote links infrastructure to job creation through EPWP, artisan development, local economic participation. Jwale ka se le utlwile, more than 2,000 work opportunities have already been created. This budget vote is addressing what the leader of ACT failed to address for many years. Kodwa ke namhlanje ndiyavuya ukubana Honorable Mkhabela uyifikele iDamascus yakhe naye. Ndiyathemba ke ukubana the same spirit will continue to prevail as the debates persist. That's why moetapele wa mehleng wa ACT alatibekwa ka mona ka African National Congress. Ho ba re tsamaile masawana ro. Honorable Speaker, as Karl Marx reminds us, I quote, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle," close quote. And in the Free State, infrastructure is part of that struggle. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, let us be clear about what is at stake. As Thabo Mbeki cautioned, and I quote, "A nation that does not invest in its infrastructure is a nation that mortgages its future," close quote. This budget vote
refuses to mortgage the future of our people in the Free State, but it seeks to invest in schools, clinics, and public buildings that enable service delivery. Honorable Speaker, the next phase of our struggle is not just delivery, but it is building capacity by investing in skills development, internal technical capacity, artisans, and digital transformation systems. Projects like Dinani Clinic prove that the 7th administration is delivering on its promises. Honorable members, infrastructure must transform the economy, and this budget vote speaks directly to the inclusion of women, young people, and persons with disability, without excluding those in business by opening opportunities in property leasing, contractor appointments, as well as subcontracting. Because transformation is about who participates and who benefits, and unlike the Western Cape, here at home, our people are the ones who will benefit from these opportunities. Honorable Speaker, we support this budget vote speech because, among other things, it is a budget that intends to build on the ANC's legacy of infrastructure delivery. It is a budget that responds to current fiscal realities. It is a budget that prioritizes maintenance and sustainability. It is a budget that links infrastructure to jobs and economic justice. It is a budget, therefore, that strengthens the capacity of the state. I therefore rise on behalf of the African National Congress to fully support this budget vote. Thank you.
Honorable Kabela.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Nesiki fitise madume aka, wa ke na le 4 minutes fela. Policy alignment and strategic coherence. The department aligns itself with the medium-term development plan and the National Development Plan, NDP, which prioritize the exclusive growth and job creation, poverty reduction, and capable ethical state, but lack horizontal integration, because there is no clear coordination with municipality infrastructure, planning, private sector investment pipelines, and industrial policy. This creates a risk of fragmented implementation, of which it is a chronic issue in South African governance. When it comes to infrastructure development, is ambition versus reality. In 2025-2026 financial year, the key focus area of the department was said to be maintenance of government building, new infrastructure projects, and renewable energy interventions, but the major concern is multiple projects, which are stuck for years. For an example, how Fitlamani Bitumela Hospital, Hanereta oversight the Refumani Honela Mo, Ntonyana Zenyani fela MEC Dikalukiswa, hore fela batho ba ske bare ba emetse head office Bloemfontein hore e ba fe signal hore ba lokise. Work project management capacity, contractor failure, and procurement insufficient. Year in and year out, there is a cycle of hiring and firing, incomplete work that never ends. This mismanagement is a massive strain on public funds. MEC Rego Toletse Mona Ngwaneso ena ra e bona ka nnete, Honorable Yaka. The skills development and human capital is a notable intervention, but the scale is too small. It is painful at macro level and insignificant macro level. The youth unemployment scale remains deeply inadequate, while we can acknowledge the department's effort in CETA partnership, internship, and artisan development. It is essential change in the face of structural challenges or crisis rather. We need mass skill program, industry-linked training pipelines, and a real absorbment into economy. Letona la ka le khabane mohlala fela ke batla ho bontsha hore o ka etsa mosebetsi ngwaneso empa fela ka pela portfolio committee o no le teng le batho ba office ya ba le teng di official mme re le maloko a ntlo ena ke tsa molao re ile ra bua hore mane parliamentary village mo maloko a ntlo ke tsa molao a dulang teng ho le fifi swimming pool e ditshila mme ba itlama pela sefatlao sa hao hore ba tla ya ba lo sheba le ka jeno ho ntse le fifi le ka jeno swimming pool e ntseng ga ile ditshila gwala dieta ngwaneso o ba bontshe go moetapele a tla tswellisang ditabatabelo tsa setšhaba pele ha mmoho le leloko lena la ntlo ke tsa molao a ke re ritse re batla ho lokisa mopremiri ka jeno re bontshe setšhaba ra sebeletsa mane wa 23 hona le mofu a nkuweng ka letsoho ho sa kgone ho kena ka seterata seo ho thwe ke 35S ha ona lebitso la seterata ba ile ba ya mane constituency officing ya act and Ntate Mbalula, you seem to be making my leader is Makashule your project he o sebeditse monna yo ka rap Freestata. I repeat again, let us put political differences aside for the betterment of this province moving forward. Ke a leboha.
Honorable Meko.
Speaker, the Premier of the Free State, honorable members, Barena Baesu, Sechaba Kakakaretsu, Speaker batla o qala re leboa letona me Dibulelo ka hore hopotsa bohlokwa ba history ha lebitso la ka ile Thabo ba bangata ke qala ke re Thabo Meko seboko saka ke kubu ntsha maruta re bone ke bua ka history bana ya qalwa ke nna e kaduwe ke the family tree ntate mo. So those who want you to forget your history, they want to control you. Ntate Mandela la re ruta hore history o tshwanetse o sebedise hore o nke diqeto tse nepaetseng haholo na enyena na rona mo rena le history re na le yo jole se kra bolello hore no le balang history re tswelo pele re aya empa re sebedisa history o bana re batlo etsa a reverse apartheid or replace a black poverty ka white poverty. The ANC leads the entire people of South Africa. The ANC welcome the fact that this department's budget derives its guidance from the National Developmental Plan and certainly makes references to the Free State Growth and Development Strategy. This is the vision, this is the plan that guides the province of the Free State. Mema Queen ka ema monana a ba lebelela hore province ya Northwest ho na le ditsela a sa lebelele hore di teng mona Free State le kope ANC moleleke. Le mo kgethile a ntshetse pele maphelo a lona eseng batho ba Northwest. These visions and plans of our country and province articulate a blueprint for the work that needs to be done to achieve an unracial, non-sexist and prosperous South Africa. In a sense, the Freedom Charter Society. Tokomane ya province ya rona e re tataisang ka bohlokwa ba marangrang infrastructure mo godisong ya moruo MEC Dibolele o buile ka yona go tletse diatla. Ke tokomane ya Free State e teletsweng pele ke mo premier lebitsong la rona kaofela jwele ka batho ba Free State. E seng province e nngwe empa ke tokomane ya mona Free State. The ANC policy believes that public infrastructure investment is central to achieving greater productivity, competitiveness and reducing spatial inequalities. MEC Mataba na bua ka sona. Or ba bang bana ba ba tropong o etsa infrastructure, ba bang bana ba ba pleking e bana banana re ke dumping site ka makeisheneng.
and infrastructure becomes very strategic to rearrange that spatial developmental planning. Ha medibolelo a skolo ka hara location. Skolo seo se tla benefita borakgwebo ba gabo potlana. Se tla fana ka mesebetsi. Empa se tla etsa hore ho be le bophelo ka hara sebaka seo mo clinic mo skolo seo se hanwang teng. Ke yone re hlalosang ka spatial planning le bohlokwa ba infrastructure. Ka genuinely male Bloemfontein re na le office ya Home Affairs. Mo batho kaofela ba Bloemfontein ka toropong ka location ba ya mo rurukisa the ID, the passport ntho ngoleng. It is safe. It is not true that it's not safe. But they will tell you, because it's been built in the township, there's corruption. Because it's been built by a black entrepreneur, it's corruption. They don't say that. Deliberately they say no. They are given to ANC cadres or ANC members. ANC Ribatu, both the Africans and blacks must benefit from the economic benefits of the rollout of the infrastructure. And that's what we mean. Or it's one to say reaching di baka mo batho ba rena ba phelang teng. Ka jeno le nana mona na velkomo re na le mmolo ka male ka tropo. Nkgono a ka ta thola tšhelete ya pension a palama taxi ya molong ka location a lora ka boroto ha sa boreka ka tšhelete ya price ya boroko eo batho kaofela ba borekang ka yona e se kentse le tšhelete ya transport. So infrastructure must help us also to improve the quality of the lives of our people. Re tloele hore batho ba rona o seng ke traffic o tswa ka location ya ka toropong re a theohe. Now when infrastructure is located in a township and it builds the economy of the township, there will be no need for half if not quarter of our salaries is spent on transport. Now the policy of the ANC around the massive and aggressive infrastructure development seeks to rearrange society into a new thinking. Or it's not true. These things are not natural. As a katlao or ebe remona more lenting. Or when you factor the price of transport, and that's why we're saying the cost of living will be positively be affected. These things are achieved during the ANC leadership, 1994 up until now. ANC has spent massive money. We don't leave anybody behind. That's why we work a financial it means butata bole voting abo sa kinywa maonong a selemonse o tla bona selemo se tla. Members of the ANC who came here are arguing that we did so much and we are continuing to do so much. In fact, it is our belief, albeit problems, there's no policy alternative to the ANC. Araela batho ba rona matlo. Araela batho ba rona dikolo, araba fa di grants. Ote ANC o tefisa batho ba batsho wetsa hore ba be botswa. Policy ya rona ina le mahlo a reng the ANC has inherited the state a reng ka mmuso re le ANC. We will talk about that history and we are not ashamed, because the importance of history is key in the decisions that we must make moving forward. Re inheritile naha mo le reng hore batho ba batsho bana ba balawa ke tlala no longa ke dithunya tsa masole apartheid. And ANC had to roll out the social security net. And that's why le fanagale na re tswala pele emisi mokoena ka tataiso ya Mema Queen o ibitsa beke le beke program nana ya aha the RDP house as part of the infrastructure for the sole reason of bringing the dignity of our people, because we think that is important. They are not subhumans. Ke batho bamba ba entso re ba phile bofumeng more than anything. So MEC Dibolelo, you are not wrong. It is a requirement of law. Constitution talks about it.
including politics, that Africans and blacks must be prioritized on the economic beneficiation of infrastructure development. And I know that when you say that, I already remember as ANC, or batho bohle ba lokelwang ko thola menyetla e tswa mmusong e ba o kgethileng, not members of the ANC. The ANC argues that there's no political democracy that can survive and flourish if the mass of our people remain in poverty, without land, without tangible prospects for a better life. Attacking poverty, therefore, and deprivation must therefore be the first priority of a democratic government. Skolo ha se hawa re hane hore ke corruption hobane se haela ngwana motho wa motho. Skolo se ha se hawa se hawe dibakeng mo batho ba rona ba dulang teng so that ngwana a kgone hore a tsamaya a ye sekolong. All services tsa mmuso di emakeisheneng batho ba rona ba kgone hore ba di fitlhelle. ANC nkile kaeto ya hore re fixa di masepala and ke ka ona re amohela kutlwisiso ya letona hare tšhelete e teng re fang di masepala ha e lekane tšhelete nana selemong se itseng sa ditšhelete empa e re thabelang gore MEC o entse task team ya batho ba bohlokwa haholo ka hare province o shebana le bothata bonana hore mmuso wa province le wa national o kolta masepala o duma masepala o ntse o na le mathata hore ha o kgone ho phallisa ditshebeletso bana batho ba rona ba sebetsi ka baka la ho hloka mosebetsi. Mme re ra le amohela leano leo including lori mahareng a selemo ha o tjhentjwa budget di masepala di a prioritisewa mo lefapha le la MEC di bolelo le fuwa tjhelete hore le tle le kgone hore re fe di masepala consistent le petjo la African National Congress ya ho lokisa di masepala tsa rona. ANC is not going to be blackmailed to stop EPWP because re nahana re bohlokwa bakeng sa batho ba rona. Batho ba rona ba diza ba thola mesebetsi, batho ba rona ba diza ba roma maphelo a bona ntlafatse. Ha iyo ntho ya hore ANC etsa batho ba batso ba tefe. Ke a leboha.
Honourable Member Fogo.
Mtsamaisi wa mosebetsi e re ke nke hlompho hape ke ise utjhaba sena se kopaneng sa Freistata ba fetlileng se re dumedisitse madume ke ao kaofela. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano e re ke qale tabeng ena ya Thabo ha ntse a dula fatshe. Thabo a dule fatshe hantle a butse ditsebe a butse le mahlo a mamedise hantle tjhaba sena hore na se batla hore ho etsale eng ka ditekatekanyetso tsena tsa ditjhelete tse ntse di itswa. The department is allocated 2.3 billion in 2025-2026. 2.3 billion in 2026-2027. 2.4 billion in 2027-2028. Re ipotsa hore na after adjustment ya budget eo e tlang e tlo ba bokae hoba ke yona fela se setse hore re etse budget adjustment so the department itse be ho rana hantle di affairs tsa teng. Empa re tshwile haholo re le MK party hoba department ha ina lekeno ke tjhelete o tshwantseng e be e a etsa ka di building tsena tse leng hore di ka tlasa yona. Re na le meaho jwalo ka ele responsibility ya Department ya Public Works and Infrastructure. Re na le ntho re bitsang ka hore ho na le di office tso tshwantseng di be di karabella ka tlasa yona. Ho na le meaho o tshwantseng e be ikarabella ka tlasa yona but they are vandalized. Jwale ke ka ho re sa fumaneng lekeno ho tswa departmenteng ena ya Public Works and Infrastructure. Jwale letona ne le mona le bua ka di tse ding tsa dibaka tse leng hore di tlo hlahiswa hore di hole ka ra Freistata di kgone ho etsa lekeno. Empa ho ntse hona le dibaka tse ding tse leng hore le hana jwale ke di office tse leng hore ha di sebetse empa ke tsa lefapha lena la infrastructure, public works. Jwale re batla hantlantle rona re le umkhondo wesizwe party re tseo ha di kenye tshebetsong hore re kgone hore se ka ra patala di buildings tse private hoba hona jwale re patala di buildings tse private ha e bue taba eo ya hore le hona jwale ke tsa molao ya Freystata ha ena di office e hirile man mo hirileng teng re patala di million kgwedi le kgwedi re patala di million empa re na le di buildings tse tshwantseng di wele ka tlasa rona re le puso ya Freystata ke tsona ntho tse reng rona re le mkhondo wesizwe re batla ntho ke tsa molao ena ya rona e shebane le tsona dintho tseo e di lokise e di kenye tshebetsong hona jwale ka ra Velkom ka mona ke bua le lona ke re mane rona le di office kopano ke building ya rona e o swantseng ebe ya lokiswa empa mohau wa teng ha wa loka ha wa dumeletseya ka tlasa labor ke tsona ntho tse dintse o tshwantseng di shebue hape ha re etseng hore lefapha lena la rona le be le keno moeteledipele wa ketsa molao ya Freystata etsa bonnete ba hore ntle le tshitiso ya letho ditaba tseo di kena tshebetsong tsa hore di building di ikarabelle ka tlasa rona e ska ba di building fela tse ituletseng mane tse leng ha di sebetse ke a leboha motsamaiso wa mosebetsi.
Honorable Leach.
Honourable Speaker, good afternoon, Dumelang. We need to stop thinking about infrastructure as an economic stimulant and start thinking about it as a strategy. Economic stimulants produces bridges to nowhere. Strategic investment in infrastructure produces a foundation for long-term growth. These words by Roger McNamee speak directly to the challenge before us in the Free State today. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is not a secondary function of government. It is the backbone of service delivery. It is responsible for the planning, construction, maintenance and management of public assets that enable healthcare, education, safety and economic activity. When this department functions effectively, clinics remain open, schools are safe, government services are accessible, and businesses can operate in an environment supported by reliable infrastructure. When it fails, the consequences are immediate and deeply felt by residents across our province. Honourable Speaker, the 2026-27 budget vote for public works and infrastructure in the Free State reflects a department that has not yet embraced infrastructure as a strategic lever for growth. Instead, it continues to operate as though infrastructure is merely a line item to be spent rather than an asset to be managed. This lack of strategic vision has resulted in declining asset value, rising costs, and missed opportunities for economic development. For far too long, the ANC has relied on a familiar narrative. When confronted with failure, it points to the ghosts of the past and the legacy of apartheid. While no one denies the historical inequalities that continue to shape our society, it cannot be used as a continued excuse for present-day mismanagement. Over 3 decades into democracy, the people of the Free State deserve better than explanations. They deserve results. The real monsters in the House today are not historical. but contemporary. Poor planning, weak financial management, and a lack of consequence management. The real monsters today are the failures of the ANC. Honourable Speaker, the department has been allocated 2.37 billion rand for the 2026 financial year. This is a substantial investment of public funds and it demands measurable outcomes. Yet, over 560 million rand of this allocation is spent on compensation of employees, and that does not include EPWPs. This is for the rich cadres. The question that must be asked is simple. What value are the people of the Free State receiving for this expenditure? Are we seeing improved infrastructure delivery? Are we seeing properly maintained government buildings? Are we seeing efficient project execution? The evidence suggests otherwise. Year after year, the department demonstrates a troubling pattern. It overspends or misallocates funds, only to be bailed out through adjustment budgets. This is not responsible governance. It is a cycle of financial mismanagement that undermines fiscal discipline. Furthermore, the money owed to municipalities by this department points to a failure to meet its financial obligations, placing additional strain on already struggling local municipalities. The pattern of reactive budgeting reflects a deeper institutional weakness. The absence of credible long-term infrastructure planning the absence of credible long-term infrastructure planning. Projects are too often announced without proper feasibility studies, cost projections, or life cycle planning. As a result, projects stall, budgets are exceeded, and communities are left with incomplete or substandard infrastructure. This is not only inefficient, it is a betrayal of your trust. In Welkom and surrounding areas, residents are confronted daily with the consequences of this failure. Government buildings stand in visible disrepair, and public facilities that should serve as pillars of community life are instead symbols of neglect. This erosion of infrastructure undermines economic activity, discourages investment, and diminishes the quality of life, your lives. One of the most glaring failures of this department is the maintenance of public infrastructure. Across the Free State, government buildings are deteriorating due to neglect. Maintenance is not treated as a priority, but rather as an afterthought. The consequences are severe. Buildings become unsafe, leading to closures by the Department of Employment and Labour. This disrupts service delivery and forces departments to seek alternative accommodation, often at significant costs. Like the Fourth Raadsel, government can't even maintain its own house. They are too busy with internal power struggles. This is compounded by the inefficient management of state-owned properties. The department continues to rent office space while many government-owned buildings stand unused or underutilized. This represents a double cost to the taxpayer. In some cases, these unused buildings are vandalized or illegally occupied, further increasing the cost of rehabilitation. Buildings that are not being used must be sold to save costs or reutilized for housing or old age facilities for people living beneath the breadline. Honourable Speaker, there is also a growing concern around project delays and contractor performance. Too many infrastructure projects are incomplete, abandoned, or significantly delayed due to poor contractor management, weak contract enforcement, and a lack of consequence management. Payments are made without corresponding progress, deadlines are missed without penalties, and communities are left waiting indefinitely. This is not only wasteful, it is unjust. The Free State can and must change course, and here are the solutions. Firstly, maintenance must be elevated to a core function of the department. Preventative maintenance is far more cost-effective than reactive repairs. Proper planning, dedicated budgets, and strict oversight are required to ensure that assets remain safe and functional. Unfortunately, it is far more lucrative for the ANC to allow infrastructure to completely deteriorate. That way, they can award a new tender to an old cadre. Secondly, cost containment measures must be implemented. Procurement processes must be improved, unnecessary expenditure reduced, and departments like health and education be held accountable for their utility usage. Failure to pay electricity bills undermines the sustainability of service delivery. Thirdly, revenue-generating facilities such as traffic offices must be prioritised. By improving infrastructure and service delivery at these sites, the department can enhance revenue collection while improving the experience of residents and adhering to government's core mandate to deliver services. Fourthly, the issue of accruals must be urgently addressed. The department cannot continue shifting financial burdens onto municipalities. Clear payment plans and strengthened financial systems are essential. Fifthly, the department must be professionalised. Technical skills in infrastructure planning, engineering oversight, and project management must be strengthened. Projects fail not because of a lack of funding, but because of weak execution capacity, the ANC. Lastly, transparency must be improved. The public has a right to know how funds are spent and what progress is being made. Regular reporting will enhance accountability and rebuild public trust. Honourable Speaker, oversight and accountability must be strengthened. Irregular expenditure, wasteful spending, and project delays must not be tolerated. Officials responsible for mismanagement must face consequences. Without accountability, there can be no improvement. Infrastructure is not just about bricks and mortar. It is about dignity. It is about creating an environment in which people can live, work, and thrive. It is about laying the foundation for future generations. Your children do not have to be trapped in poverty. As we consider this budget vote, we must ask whether it reflects a commitment to these principles. At present, it does not. Without reform, accountability, responsible spending, and an absolute focus on maintaining what we have, whilst effectively executing development projects, the economy cannot grow and jobs cannot be created. Honourable Speaker, I close with the words of Margaret Thatcher. You and I come by road or rail, but economists travel on infrastructure. Thank you.
Dade Mahlatsi.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the Executive Council, Executive Mayor, Speakers, Chief Whips, MMCs, and Councillors present, House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Maranaka Kyaikokobetsa, former Premier Mmese Forantombela, religious leaders, distinguished guests, strategic partners and business leaders, comrades and friends, community of Lejwe-Leputswa and Machabeng, to be specific. Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to wish all workers of our province a fulfilling Workers' Day tomorrow and Workers' Month starting tomorrow. May it be a month that will seek to entrench the rights of workers in the workplace and benefit all in the working age groups with decent jobs. As the 7th administration, we have demonstrated our political will to create an environment for job creation, and where we can, we do create those jobs. As I stand in front of you today, Honorable Speaker, in this August House, I recall with humility the history of our country, the history of our province. I recall with humility deep-seated pain, the epochs of history we have had to navigate and survive to be where we are today. As I stand in front of you today, I recall with humility, it is indeed a privilege to stand here and speak on behalf of the masses of the province of the Free State who participated in the 2024 general elections through ballots. I stand here to reaffirm that as the 7th administration in the province, we remain committed and true to the commitments which our glorious movement, the African National Congress, spelled out during the elections manifesto and which led to the African National Congress governing the Free State province. Honorable Speaker, we owe our existence to our forebears who were trailblazers in many fronts of human history and human advancement in the science and technological front. I owe my political consciousness to our forebears who were trailblazers in the struggle of human development and human advancement. One of the fundamentals of our struggle was access to land, Honorable Speaker. The ramifications of the 1913 Land Act remain with us till this day and age. We have a responsibility to push back the frontiers of land poverty amongst our people. We are behind you, Honorable Manche, as you engage in this project. Be rest assured that we'll be with you through thick and thin on this matter. We have a responsibility to ensure that we shake the tenets of current economic system which is exclusive in nature. We must use what we have to ensure that we enable access to land and commercial property to our people. It must be done in a massive scale and cannot be allowed to filter down. It should be a deliberate program which we should push unashamedly. MEC Manche, if you'd recall, the Premier was clear in the SOPA that access to land and commercial property should be speeded up. And I'm happy that you reaffirmed that in your speech earlier. One of the critical imbalances which was created by our painful past, Honorable Speaker, was a systematic way our land was stolen from us and how that was institutionalized and legalized. That arrangement made me realize that when something is legal, it does not automatically mean it is just. Segregation was legal, but it was deeply and fundamentally unjust. This disenfranchisement filtered through even to the workplaces where segregation was embedded from issues of job reservations to institutionalized exclusions. We need to be deliberate about putting resources under the control of our people who do not have access to that, who did not have access to that previously. Our people need land and commercial property now. And Honorable Manche, we applaud the program that you are undertaking, and we support the outcome of the infrastructure summit that you convened. Public Works and Infrastructure is the de facto landlord for the provincial government, as it is the custodian of all state property. There is a lengthy list of properties in that property register. Some of the property no longer make state business sense, and we still hold on to. Some of the property still needs and requires maintenance, so that remains user-friendly for both employees of the state and our clients who are community members. We are encouraged by the plan that has been put in place to ensure that there are maintenance and monitoring and safety of the state properties. We also know that property can be valuable like currency with good business plans. We need to give the disenfranchised access to this kind of currency. The market forces are loaded against, the market forces are loaded against the backgrounds of our people. Our people are rejected by finance houses because of their background and the fact that they did not inherit anything from their forebears. Because of our forebears experienced structural violence in a form of poverty which was stage managed to affect only our people whilst others continue to accumulate. That is why I stand in support of the plan that would see to the deliberate transfer and/or rental of some state assets by our people. Such a property, if put in the behest of those who can present a strong business case, will go a long way in changing the property and land ownership relationships in the province, which are still highly skewed to a particular gender and a specific race group. We welcome the zeal to complete infrastructure project. We believe that such will go a long way in empowering the contractors and improving service delivery. We depend on our landlord to deliver services. Thank you for the progress at Bitumelo Hospital. Please assist with Tandanani, which we are standing in its catchment area as we speak. The attraction, retention, and nurturing of appropriate skills will continue to be important for an organization like Public Works and Infrastructure, which depends on highly skilled individuals to achieve their business objectives. Such individuals and professionals are highly mobile within the sector, between private and public sector, and as a result, we accept the strategy to retain them. Congratulations, Honorable Manche, for achieving 50% gender representation in the senior management level of the Department of Public Works. We would like to encourage Public Works to come closer to our traditional leaders, and when access to land and properties is granted, traditional leaders should also benefit from such a purpose. Focus on SCM and payment within 30 days. We believe that's a progressive, and please don't remove the foot from the pedal on that. In closing, we are not mandated to seek permission to change the lives of our people, Honorable Manche. We have been mandated through the ballot to change the lives of our people for the better. We have been mandated to ensure that our people are put in a position that can stop living hand to mouth and can start creating wealth, which they can pass over to the next generation. We have been mandated to create an atmosphere where the vicious cycle of poverty can be broken. We need this project. We need this project to create an environment where our women and young people can have access to jobs and provide for their families. We need not be apologetic because our cause is not a racist. We serve all people, not just a few. We have been mandated to change the lives of our people based on the 6 priorities spelled out in the manifesto of the African National Congress. We support the budget that we have presented 2026-27 financial year. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honorable Mokoena.
Honorable Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to pass greetings to yourself, Premier, members of the legislature, Bomelbondate, Baiba Freestata Dumela. A re hopotsana hore ka 1994 ma Afrika Borwa la ema meleng e metelele ba na le toro ya hore hosane ho tla ba betere ho feta ka sheno. Potso ke hore na ka sheno lena e betere ka eng? Honorable Speaker, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure sits at the center of whether this government succeeds or fails. It determines whether schools are functional, clinics are accessible, and whether the economic activity can take place in a stable and reliable environment. Haebe re sheba paragraph eno hantle, e batla hore re etse re ipotse ka hare hore e be lefapha lena le etsa mosebetsi wa lona hore le etsa hore meralo ya motheo e sebeletse baahi ba Freistata. Yet in the Free State today, infrastructure is not being used as a tool for growth. It is being mismanaged and is expensive. Honorable Speaker, across the province we see the consequences. Meaho ya mmuso mona Freistata ya wa ha ya hlokomelwa. Facilities meant to serve communities are becoming unsafe and unusable. Me hona ho pakwa ke se tswang ke lefapha lena la public la labor. O se le motshiare le kwala meaho ya lefapha lena hobane isa ema hantle kapa isa hlokomela. This has already led to the disclosure of and disruption of services and forcing departments to spend more money on alternative accommodation. At the same time, the province continues to rent office spaces while state-owned buildings stand empty and underutilized. This is a clear failure of governance. It means taxpayers are paying twice, one for unused asset and again for the rented space. Honorable Speaker, Free States need a different approach. Infrastructure must be treated as a strategic investment, not as a cost. Budgets should be spent with purpose. Projects prioritized based on impact and service delivery will be the outcome. The department must ensure that revenue collection is utilized effectively. Infrastructure investment focuses on connecting communities, supporting businesses, and creating jobs. Public buildings must be maintained and projects must be completed in time and within budget. The programs like your EPWP, Honorable MEC, through you, Speaker, should not be used as a temporary relief, but as a platform for skills development and job creation. And for the report that we received today, we want to say to you, well done. But we are saying the program must go forward. It must not only target the few. The failures we see today are not accidental. They are results of poor planning, weak execution, and lack of accountability. Too many projects are delayed and abandoned. Contractors fail to deliver without consequence. Payments are made without progress. Communities are left waiting indefinitely for basic infrastructure. And this, Honorable Speaker, has just been confirmed by the MEC herself when she spoke about the story of the hospital in Kroonstad, Boitumelo. For 10 years, that hospital has been underwork. But the question that we must be asking today is, how much have we spent on that hospital for the past 10 years? Honorable Speaker, there must be consequences for failure. Officials who allow mismanagement must be held accountable. Without accountability, there will be no improvement. The people of the Free State are not asking for luxury. They are asking for basics, functional buildings, maintained infrastructure, and government that respects public funds. Infrastructure is about dignity. It is about creating opportunities and enabling economic growth. Honorable Speaker, ha ke ketela taba tsa ka kere kgetho e hlakile re ka tswela pele ka tsela ena ya tshenyego kapa re ka nka mothinya o motjha o behang batho ba Freistata pele o nang le boikarabelo katleho le phano ya ditshebeletso batho ba Freistata ba lokelwa ke bophelo bo betere e seng bona bo ba phelang hana jwalo mme re lakaletsa lefapha lena katleho hore le fetole maphelo a setjhaba sa bo rona pula nala ya lebo.
Honorable Member Rockman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Good afternoon, Honourable Premier, Honourable Members, our traditional leaders, and I must stand and pause at this moment and really pay tribute to our traditional leadership who have shown commitment like no time before. They have followed each and every budget vote speech, and that is truly appreciated. Thank you very much. I also want to join those who have paid tribute to the workers of our country as it is Workers' Day tomorrow. Now, whilst we've been told through all of these budget vote debates and again today about this bastion of excellence that's in the Western Cape, maybe we should just stand still and also acknowledge that the Western Cape High Court this morning set aside the fixed tariffs of the city of Cape Town as unlawful and invalid and sets aside from June 2026 and awarded costs. So I'm sure that's not really a example of what we want to see happening in the Free State. So, Honourable Manche, thank you very much for the presentation of the budget vote, and we fully agree with you that public work stands at the heart of our agenda to promote inclusive growth, expand job creation, reduce poverty, and build a capable developmental state. There is no doubt that our infrastructure development and asset management must be forward-focused and adapt to the changing environment that we face. The Free State, like all other provinces and actually the rest of the world, is facing imminent climate change threats. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research projects that the main impacts of climate change faced by the Free State will include increasing temperatures, increasing rainfall variability, increasing periods of drought, and increasing frequency as well as the severity of extreme weather events. For example, it's estimated that the Free State will experience an estimated annual temperature increase of 2.3 degrees Celsius to 31.8, and an additional 54 very hot days to 142 days out of the 365 days in a year. And the extent of increases is dependent on the adjustment we make currently to mitigate climate change. And it calls for a change to decision-making that mitigates against climate change, build resilience, and assist communities to adapt to the projected impacts. We committed in the Free State Climate Change Adaptation Strategy that we will improve the ability of the public works and infrastructure sector in the Free State to respond to climate change through clearly stipulated response actions. And this includes the implementation of a green building program in government buildings to improve resilience to climate change and address issues such as heat mitigation and water conservation. This work has commenced but needs to be accelerated. We must normalize speaking of climate resilient infrastructure. For the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, this will refer to both development of new infrastructure as well as maintenance. It must be the common understanding that a climate resilient building means a building that has the ability to resist, mitigate, adapt and recover from local current and future events. It is much more fundamental concept than merely the selection of building materials or the construction methodology applied to a particular project. Now, 2020 National Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment Framework, developed by the DFFE with various other partners, provides an overarching approach and guidance towards undertaking risk and vulnerability assessments using a suite of available methodologies and tools, noting that there is no one-size-fits-all approach that will work for every sector. Availability of land has always been one of the primary determining factors on where infrastructure can or should be developed. But actually, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has had to adapt its ways of working to give increasing consideration to climate risk assessments of potential localities on where infrastructure can be developed. And that means that climate data is used for an extended period of 15, 20 and 30 years on average that describes the climatic conditions of a specific location, and it may become really a determining factor in decision making. And climate-ready design has become integrated into our normal planning and design cycles for infrastructure development. It involves analyzing the scenarios to determine how a building will respond to various climatic conditions and optimizing an approach that guarantees safety while balancing costs, environmental impacts, and other considerations. In practical terms, this means that an ideal clinic or an ideal school in Garib might not look like an ideal school and an ideal clinic in Thaba Mofokeng, purely because the environmental and climatic conditions differ. We also need to start adopting frangible architecture, that simply means we must plan for damage. Frangible architecture is the intentional design of walls, roofs, and other structures so that they can give way in the face of high winds, floodwaters, or extreme events. This approach can help to mitigate overall damage to the building and aid in the protection of life and property. This will be particularly applicable in buildings that are essential in cases of emergencies, such as hospitals, schools, or community halls, which often also becomes provisional shelters. And infrastructure development undertaken by the Departments of Health and Education equally need to start taking this into consideration. A further dynamic that changes all of these considerations is the people who utilize buildings, and a particular dynamic that has a direct impact on climate change dynamics. By its nature, a building provides a buffer to external climate conditions, but the people who utilize those buildings has differing needs and requirements for the internal conditions within which they have to work or utilize a building. The requirements of the users of schools, for example, differ substantially from those who work or utilize the service of a clinic or a hospital, and that again differs substantially from those who are office workers. It is fundamental to consider conditions for sensitive users such as children, people with disabilities, or senior citizens, as they tend to have further requirements in terms of mobility, adaptation capacity to indoor temperature and or air quality and or vulnerability when hazards occur. In the Free State, we have practical experience of extreme climatic conditions such as heat, cold, floods, drought, and storms, and how each of those have impacted on our infrastructure, including office buildings. Our planning, design, and construction must therefore mitigate against those extreme conditions. There are particular adjustments that we require in terms of heat waves, also in respect of drought, in respect of cold, and various other climate conditions. We urge the Department to integrate the powerful practical solutions nature has to offer in both planning and design of climate-resilient infrastructure. We must move beyond the temptation to regard landscaping as the decorative element to infrastructure development that may be sacrificed when it comes to scope and cost reduction of infrastructure projects. As the custodian of Free State's immovable asset register of 4,882 properties, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will lead in incorporating nature-based solutions within the assets to respond to climate change. And this may include a cost-effective, nature-based way to address droughts and flooding is to plant trees and other vegetation around buildings. The roots of the plants act like sponges to recharge groundwater, and during heavy rainfall, the roots will further allow water to penetrate the soil and reduce the risk of flooding. Planting of trees also create windbreaks that add significant protection to buildings and offer significant protection to buildings during severe windstorms. Green roofs that support plant growth on rooftops and indoor vertical gardens have been shown to provide insulation and reduce the energy demand for cooling during summer and heating during winter. Urban forests and green spaces reduce heat waves in cities and towns as trees and other plants cool the surrounding environment by offering shade and releasing water through their leaves. The Free State fully aligns with SANS 10400XA and all its editions to respond to the climate change threats. Appointed contractors are expected to comply with the SANS building specifications, which mandates energy efficiency in new South African buildings, focusing on reduced energy usage and greenhouse gas emissions, and it has a clear mandate in respect of roof and wall installations, fenestration, hot water and lighting. The Honourable MEC made reference to the Dinani Clinic and outlined how the clinic is a clear example of the Free State's commitment to implement the requirements for energy efficiency. This impact will not only benefit communities but also reduce our carbon footprint. We look forward to working with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to ensure that we develop a roadmap for resilient buildings that fall within the department's property portfolio and encourage the department to equally engage with property owners to actively encourage the adaptation of leased buildings to be climate resilient. Such roadmap must come with time-bound frameworks and quantified targets. Honourable Speaker, as I conclude, Honourable Leach has made mention of the real monsters and cites the lack of consequence management, mismanagement, and Honourable Mokoena has spoken about the clear failure of governance. Let's talk about a clear failure of governance in the bastion that's the Western Cape, namely the George local municipality, where the DA, the ACDP and Freedom Front is in a coalition. And remind ourselves that on the 6th of May 2024, an apartment building collapsed while under construction, resulting in 34 deaths and 28 injuries.
Honourable Member, can we have a seat? Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. And I would just like to ask the Honourable MEC, we're talking about clear failure of governance. I haven't heard from anyone from the ANC side why G Hostel, that's in Machabeng here, Dark and Silver City, it's providing accommodation for people. G Hostel started in 2014, Dark and Silver City in 2007. It's 3 times over budget. It started with a 300 million rand budget. It's now R1 billion. Why don't you report why this infrastructure and that this provision for people that needs it? Just give us an explanation, because I don't understand why you can't refer to the failures here and never acknowledge that. If you take the 700 million rand and just give it to people, it will be better.
Honourable Member, I have requested you, all of you, time after time, that you be pointed. If you want to ask a question, don't get involved in the debate again. That question is long-winded. What was the order? I heard some of you were up in your chairs calling the order or an order.
The point of order is that the opportunity of questions gives an opportunity for people to exploit that, to express their opinions in such a way that they then deflect the person who's on the podium to be disorganized. So I think the speaker has to really look at the question of questions, so that when the person presents is on the podium, no one should disturb the person. Thanks.
Members, we all have to be consistent. Let me be helped. Member Thabo Halele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would really like you to guide us on the provisions of the rules of the House. Whether when I want to ask a question, should I say, will the Honorable Member take a question, then I continue asking a question in the form of a statement? Can you guide us on what are the rules saying? Because I think members has been taking advantage of saying, will a member take a question? Then they continue making a speech before a member can be asked whether he or she will take a question. Can we get your guidance on that?
Honourable Member Premier.
Honourable Speaker, I'm covered, but really, I share the same sentiments completely. I think it's unfair for honourable members to be allowed, in this particular case, to be allowed to go on and on, even when we have raised our hands, because Rabatseba Bagatang Kamunyekam, give you opportunity.
Dademeko. Dademeko. Okay. It's very, very interesting, honourable members. If members will recall, in one of the sitting, I had actually indicated that it was useless for us to stand up and ask if an honourable member will take a question. And that naturally a member will say no. And we then permitted members to ask questions. And members have been doing that, and members have been responding. Just before, not very long, Honourable Jenkelson was interrupted by a set of questions that were more than 6. And I did not hear any of us raising a point of order. And I'm just asking all of us, we need to be consistent in making sure that the decorum of the House and the purpose of asking questions is served. It should not be to participate in the debate when you are given a chance. Members must ask a question and be direct to a question that they want to ask. Other than that, this becomes ridiculous, and it actually undermines the purpose of what debate. So, unfortunately, your question, honourable member, was long-winded, and it actually ended up becoming a debate. But honourable member will answer if she chooses to answer. I'm just asking all of us to be consistent, honourable members. We have agreed that I have made a ruling in that and that it will stand. Members will ask questions and not interrupt. I have also said, let's not abuse this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The Honourable Member is unfortunately in the wrong debate because GWAS still belongs under Human Settlements and not Public Works and Infrastructure. But I'm sure the Honourable Mkabela has also taken note and will ask the leader of a party to prepare an answer for the Honourable Member. But let's return to the real monsters. That is the DA in the George local municipality, before I was irrelevantly interrupted. Given the 34 deaths and the 28...
May I have a seat?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to ask the Honourable MEC whether she is indeed aware that that was a private development and that the investigation found that the developer, the contractor and the engineer did not adhere to NHBRC regulations, and they fall under the Department of Human Settlements, which is a national department and with an ANC minister.
The debate is the Public Works today. You may continue, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So the real monsters of the DA, and Honourable Leach must just relax, we will get to the municipality. In April 2025, they released a statement then. In 4 or 5 very long paragraphs, they explain everything. How there was no audit findings against them with this project, how the approval process of the municipality worked, how the national building regulations do not demand of the municipality to do certain things, how the responsibilities of the NHBRC is outlined. But in a quiet sentence, they confirmed that the municipality was not involved in any on-site construction inspections. And it go further. They confirm that they are committed to transparency, to accountability, to cooperating with the investigation, all these things we've been hearing them speak about throughout this last few budget votes. So let's fast forward to November 2025. And Parliament's Joint Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements and Public Works strongly criticised George Local Municipality for what he deemed obstructive and evasive behaviour during a meeting to consider progress on the investigation of the George building collapse. Committee members expressed their frustration that the municipality, 1, failed to submit its investigation report, 2, arrived at the committee meeting with legal representation, and 3, avoided direct responses to questions. Is that not what we have been hearing for the last 8 budget vote debates from the real monsters on the other side of the House? Sadly, no one has been prosecuted to date, and it doesn't matter whether it is a municipal responsibility, a NHBRC responsibility, or national building regulations. The point is 34 people is dead and 28 were severely injured, and no one is held to account, least of all the George Local Municipality. So, Honourable Speaker, the contribution of opposition parties in these debates reminds one of the famous tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow soliloquy of William Shakespeare's Macbeth, in which he laments, "It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Let our people not be misled. It is only the ANC, the true and original voice of the people from before and beyond Kliptown, that are able to achieve our goal of democratic and economic freedom and prosperity for all of South African society." We support the budget vote. Thank you.
The MEC may respond.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, it was intentional and deliberate that out of the 300 guests that are given to the department, that I gave 150 to EPWP participants. It is intentional because every time we come to the House, we are reminded how useless EPWP is. We are reminded how EPWP participants are not doing anything, are sleeping under the trees. I'm reminded but I'll bring you all the time when you go to budget votes, because when you are here, they fail to tell you. They say it to me. But, Honourable Speaker, let me tell you, amongst those who are here are the newly graduates, and I would want them to stand up, the 17 of them who have recently graduated as artisans. Batengamo. Yes. Ntate Foko, that building, ya Kopano. In actual fact, some of these artisans seated here are the ones who are fixing it. So when you say we are not doing anything about maintenance, try somewhere else, because these artisans seated here are the ones who are fixing it. Honourable Speaker, was speaking about, Mkabela speaks about misalignment in terms of the work that we do between municipalities and the department. we're not responsible for maintenance in There's a difference between provincial government and municipalities. However, because we have seen that there are challenges in municipalities, that's why we have extended our artisan development program to municipalities. Machabeng here, we gave them 20. Dihlabeng, we gave them. Mantsopa, we gave. Mangawu is going to get. That's what we are doing to make sure that we assist these particular municipalities. Even Premier indicated that yesterday there are engineers who are going to be deployed in municipalities because we have noted that there is a challenge in municipalities. Bitumelo Hospital. Indeed, there's been challenges with Bitumelo Hospital, but since the 7th administration, I must make it clear, since the 7th administration, a contractor was appointed, and that contractor has been working, and we are standing at 45% since the 7th administration. And we're saying, give us time to finish that particular project so that we are able to report back to you that we have finished this project because the project is on course. Honorable Speaker, issues of maintenance of hospitals, clinics. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is not responsible for maintenance of hospitals, of clinics, including schools. Individual departments are responsible for their own maintenance. That is why in terms of our budget, we're giving each and every department is given a particular amount of money, being purposely for maintenance. We, as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we are responsible where there are multi-tenants. Where we are many, that's but like in Antotanete, ha re le bangata aho ke hona mo ileng hore ho na le rona re le Lefapha la Public Works and Infrastructure re a lokisa. Ntatemeko, thank you very much for reminding us that when we do a project in a particular space, people batho ba se bakaseo ba una molemo because 30% of the total project value must go to subcontractors in that particular area. For instance, in Harrismith, where we are building Morana Tsibusi School, majority of the subcontractors there are women because we were intentional, Harry Walker economic development. It must not benefit Batunje, but women must also benefit out of it. Yes, you are correct to say our revenue stream is very limited. Honorable members, when we present budget votes, please listen. For the past 7 years, we have been able to fetola meaho ya rona ya mmuso ena e sa sebediso ho di office accommodation. 19 of them for the past 7 years. And we are even saying in the new financial year, we are going to take yet another 5 that we are going to convert into office accommodation. We even went further. We had what we call a property summit. Me aho e tshwanang le Voortrekker Hospital in Kroonstad, me aho e leng hore ha e sebediswe ntle le me aho dibaka tse e leng hore re bona di le bohlokwa for development re tlo fana ka tsona ho setjhaba through processes tse correct tse e leng hore ke tsa the bidding process. For instance, hona Kopano building mon hona le mo aho ene le sepetlele wa khale ike emeng ya me aho e ritseng hobane ka ga matjhabeng hona le bothata ba student accommodation premier batjha ba rona ba ileng hore ba kena sekolo University Central University of Technology ha hona mo ba dulang teng re batla re fe mo be le mothatla tsetelang tšhelete hore mo aho o fetule student accommodation ke ka hore re na le metjha kapa tsona di plans tse re di kentseng re le lefapha ho tsa bonnete ba hore me aho ya rona ha ya dula fela ke a leboha honorable Meko again haholo ntate Mbalula ha hlalosa ka mosebetsi o go etsang jalo ka public works ke nnete hona le diphephetso kae mabapi le dintho tsa rona tsa diprojeke but ntwe ba sa tlo le jotsa yona ke mona mo qetile mosebetsi re qetile orange krag ha ba bui ka yona re qetile tshireletso ha ba bui ka yona re qetile qibing library webinar ha ba bui ka yona hobane how not you are correct, Honorable Nkabela. Sometimes it's necessary to say, well done here. Here are the weaknesses. Is saying hore, ha re fitla se faleng mo, salona fela ko bona diphoso. Le sa ananele mo re etsa mosebetsi teng. Honorable Speaker, ha ke qetela, Ho bula ka fourth Ratsal. Colleagues, let's listen. We're saying is there in the budget vote. We have just presented to the portfolio committee the budget for 2026-2027 financial year. We spoke about the 5 million that we are going to inject for purposes of finalizing drawings and issues of consultants in as far as fourth Ratsal is concerned. For you to come to the podium and speak as if nothing is happening is quite shocking. It just can't be. Preventative maintenance. Of course, we agree that with the 4,888 assets that are in our asset base, we should have more money so that we are able to maintain our infrastructure. But bohlokwa ba ditaba tse ke hore ha 7th administration e qala bana ba kanqe ka minister wa rona o tswang kanqe a retelletseng pele mane public works o ne ba batla hore re kwalle EPWP hore e ska hlola ke ne ke batla ba e bue ka sekole ho nothi EPWP ha e kwalwe re qale ntho engwe entse ra re le di MEC tsa public works ho tswa di provinces tsena tse 7 ra hana ra re no, it will not stop, precisely because we understand the value of this particular program. Honorable Speaker, in Mangaung in 2024-2025 we were appointed about 460 EPWP participants. The following year we only appointed 316. The question is why? It's because those that were on the program, they were able to get better jobs, they were able to go back to school. Others, they decided to say, no, we wanted to start our own businesses. Why? Because that money, whether ke 1.8 ya cleaning and greening, kapa 3.5 ya artisan development, e beya borotho di matafole. And it gave them an opportunity to go and apply for a job opportunity somewhere, because ke program e tlamele o kene ho yona o thusa hore o be o kgone ho thola mosebetsi o mo o fete o bulele ba bang. That is why when 316 e apply, re itlaleletsa ka ba batjha hobane re understand bohlokwa ba program e. And there is absolutely no way that will ever close this particular program, because if it is maphelo a batho, the one who stands before you here is I'm a former participant of this particular program. That's why I understand its importance. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. I want to draw honorable members to our rules. Generally, our rules do not help in regulating the debates, except in Rule 86, and I read, member not to be interrupted. No member shall interrupt another member who is speaking, except 1, to call attention to a point of order, to a point of privilege, or to the presence of non-members, and to furnish an explanation in terms of Rule 1.116. And they do not offer any opportunity for asking of questions, which inadvertently end up becoming participating, or members participating in the debate when the other member is on the floor. I thought, in the spirit of what has been happening in the legislature, that we should allow members to continue with that tradition, even though it is not properly governed in terms of asking questions. But I believe it has been abused over and over again. So my ruling today is that from today, only members who will rise on a point of order, on a point of privilege, will be allowed to speak. And if you go to what is the meaning of a point of privilege, it is not to be abused for any other matter except if you feel a discomfort and you feel or you do not hear what the other speaker is saying, probably because of technical glitches or because you want to be excused and you want to raise a question at the time. But that cannot be abused in the manner we have been abusing these matters. Therefore, I make this ruling today, henceforth, that when the speaker is on the podium, the speaker shall not be disrupted or disturbed by questions, except when members are asking for clarity, and that is all. But there will be no questions. It will be questions, a point of order, and the member will specify what order is he rising on or she's rising on. So I think this would help us because I thought that by allowing members to ask questions, it was contributing to a lively debate so that we are not only following strict rules, but making sure that the debate is lively. But it has actually degenerated, and it's causing more harm than good to the decorum of this institution. This shall go into the record as such, and members are expected to respect that. The other matter is once the presiding officer has made a ruling on a matter, members are not allowed to come into the house and start questioning or raising issues on the ruling that was made by the speaker or the presiding officer. So I hope this is clarified for all of you to hear and to understand. The House shall now adjourn.